With a tense stillness, Ijin Yu cut directly to the heart of the matter, asking his handler if Major Kong was in danger. The confirmation was immediate and grim. The Major and his men had been ambushed by armed forces during their mission. His handler elaborated on the desperate situation, revealing that the troops were actively being pursued and were engaged in combat even as the military attempted to prepare an official extraction. This sensitive information, the handler explained, was being shared specifically because of the close relationship Ijin had with the Major. In that moment, a cold and astute understanding settled upon Ijin. The very fact that he was being told this meant the official chances of survival for Kong were not promising at all. With the crisis escalating, Ijin's handler spoke, advising him not to act rashly and to leave the matter in the hands of the military. His life, the handler emphasized, had fundamentally changed. A direct appeal was then made to the young man's newfound responsibilities, reminding him that he now had a family to consider. The words fell heavy in the air as Ijin Yu stood in stark silence, his expression unreadable as he contemplated the immense weight of that choice. A comrade's voice suddenly cut through the air, loudly announcing to the others that Ijin was Korean, confirming a long-held suspicion. Hopeful eyes immediately shifted to their superior as another soldier pressed for more information, questioning if this meant Ijin had regained his memory. The superior affirmed it was true. Ijin had recovered a portion of his past. In an instant, the entire group of mercenaries erupted in a joyous celebration, swarming their comrade and patting him on the back in a powerful show of camaraderie. In a memory from the past, one of Ijin's comrades had gently advised him not to force himself to remember what he had lost. In the wake of that concern, however, the revelation came. "Ijin Yu, is that your real name?" another asked, his voice thick with surprise. A ripple of shock and disbelief spread through the group as they processed the truth he had just shared. The heavy moment was suddenly broken by one of them, who shattered the tension with a light-hearted joke referencing an online game, a clear sign of their close, modern camaraderie. A disembodied voice, his handlers perhaps, urgently pleaded with Ijin not to listen. The warning was futile, however, as his mind flashed back to a moment with his fellow mercenaries. A comrade had suddenly announced, his voice filled with excitement, that Ijin's grandfather and younger sister had been located. The news was met with an immediate and enthusiastic eruption of congratulations from the whole group. Amid the celebration, another soldier expressed his disbelief, marveling at the strange idea that after their return, Ijin would actually be going to school. A soft laugh escaped Ijin as he stood alone, contemplating just how strange his situation had become. His quiet reflection was broken when his sister, Dayeon, called out his name from the doorway. She told him to come and eat dinner, urging him to hurry before the food could get cold. A short while later, he was seated at the dining table alongside Dayeon and their grandfather, the three of them sharing a meal together. As they shared a meal at his workplace, the old man proudly mentioned that his fellow guards were consumed with jealousy. His grandchildren, Ijin and Dayeon, had come to eat with him. The comment gave Ijin pause. Naive to the common dynamics of civilian life, he expressed surprise, having assumed it was only natural for all grandchildren to visit their grandparents. With a gentle smile, his grandfather explained that, unlike them, the other guards' grandchildren never came. In an instant, Dayeon enthusiastically promised they would visit again very soon with lunchboxes in hand, a simple declaration that brought a look of humble delight to the old man's face. Amidst the quiet of a family dinner, Ijin's grandfather posed a thoughtful question, asking the boy how he felt about the act of repaying a kindness. Ijin offered a pragmatic and conditional response, suggesting his actions would be dictated by the specific circumstances of the aid given and received. The old man, however, challenged this transactional view, arguing that the person who initially offered help likely had more to lose in that moment. He concluded his lesson with a quiet wisdom, stating that the power of a helpful deed could never be measured, as its true value was rooted in the very fact that it had been given with no expectation of anything in return. Amidst a quiet moment, Ijin's grandfather imparted a heartfelt piece of wisdom, insisting that one must always strive to repay any kindness they receive. His conviction soon wavered into self-deprecation, however, as he began to worry that he was merely rambling, unable to express himself clearly. Ijin immediately put the older man's fears to rest, stating with pure sincerity how truly glad he was to have been reunited with him. Visibly moved, with tears welling in his eyes, the grandfather thanked the boy, confessing just how much those simple, earnest words meant to him. A thought of his sister, Dayeon, solidified Ijin Yu's resolve. He was truly glad to have been reunited with her. In an instant, his contemplative expression hardened into one of unshakable determination. Turning to his handler, Ijin's voice was firm as he gave the instruction to make any and all necessary arrangements for the mission. The handler simply stood in silence, observing the young man and processing the direct command that hung in the air between them. Amidst a rocky, desolate landscape, Major Kong and his weary soldiers took a brief, much-needed rest. With the weight of their desperate situation heavy in the air, the Major issued crisp orders, commanding Seokin to scan the perimeter while Yaeseok and Sukyeol were tasked with determining the enemy's distance. His commands were met with a grim report from a subordinate, who confirmed the squad's morale was critically low and that one of their own, a soldier named Kwangsik, had lost a lot of blood. Though Kong outwardly reaffirmed their objective to reach the next checkpoint for rescue, a cold, private doubt crept into his mind. He knew they would not be able to hold out that long. From a distance, the commander listened as an unseen subordinate reported that Major Kang's unit was on the verge of collapse. Another voice chimed in, remarking on the enemy's impressive endurance but crediting their own success to the fact that their foes were burdened with protecting civilians and utterly unfamiliar with the local terrain. The commander, a striking figure with long white hair and a dark eye patch, observed the unfolding victory. Suddenly, his hand flew to his head, his face twisting into a grimace as a recurring, intense pain shot through him. A painful memory, one he could never forget, surfaced in Ijin's mind. His handler's voice cut through the silence, beginning the mission briefing by identifying the crisis location as the Gryan region. The man explicitly stated that this was one of the very sectors where Ijin had once operated as a mercenary. He explained that Major Kong and his troops were originally deployed on a simple mission to extract researchers gathering data on minerals. Though the initial rescue had been successful, the handler revealed the grim turn of events. Major Kang's troops were ambushed during the extraction. With his mission support finalized, Ijin listened as his handler confirmed that the list of requested items had been prepared. The military forces of both involved nations, the handler added, had agreed to facilitate his secure passage into the area of operation. A final question was posed, testing his resolve. Was he absolutely certain about this decision? Ijin offered no words in return, his determined, silent expression serving as the only affirmation needed. Soon after, he was cutting through the sky inside a helicopter, the Gryan region looming ever closer. The pilot's voice crackled through the headset, announcing they were just 60 seconds from the checkpoint. It was a moment that demanded absolute alertness, a time for unwavering readiness before the impending action. There, at the edge of the world, Ijin Yu stood. Clad in full tactical gear, he was poised at the open ramp of the transport plane, a solitary figure ready to descend into the hostile territory below to begin his mission. Through the jungle, an enemy soldier fled in a state of pure panic. His desperate sprint was abruptly halted as a bullet tore through his chest, his expression twisting from terror into one of shock and agonizing pain. Far from the chaos, the blonde antagonist monitored the kill remotely. A cold, satisfied smirk crept across his face, a silent confirmation that the attack had gone precisely as he had orchestrated. From his command post, the blonde antagonist received the soldier's report. The major had not been located at the second foothold. A smug, self-assured smirk immediately spread across his face as he concluded that Ijin must therefore be moving on to the third location, just as he had predicted. He was certain his trap was perfectly set, and his prey was walking right into it. With absolute certainty, the blonde antagonist received the report that Ijin's unit was moving precisely as predicted, heading directly toward the fifth point. A confident smirk spread across his face as he declared that his prey had finally taken the bait. His satisfaction shattered moments later when the base camp's communications officer announced an abrupt and total loss of contact with Alpha Unit. Before the chilling news could settle, a frantic voice erupted from the radio, a soldier from Delta Unit, screaming in sheer terror that they were the ones caught in an ambush. The antagonist listened in stunned disbelief as the distinct sounds of chaotic gunfire and panicked shouts confirmed the horrifying truth. His meticulously planned trap had been turned, and his forces were being systematically annihilated. With confirmation that Ijin's unit was proceeding along the predicted route, the blonde antagonist was confident the moment had arrived. He issued the decisive order for all units to converge on Point Alpha and eliminate their target. The assured command was immediately shattered, however, when the communications officer reported a sudden and complete loss of contact with Alpha Unit. Before the shock could register, a frantic cry erupted from the radio. A soldier from Delta Unit screamed that they were the ones being ambushed by Ijin's forces. Rooted in stunned disbelief, the antagonist listened as the transmission dissolved into the static-laced sound of his soldier being killed, the horrifying truth dawning on him that his perfect plan had completely and catastrophically backfired. A subordinate soldier delivered a grim report to Ijin Yu. While there were no new injuries, the unit's ammunition had fallen to a critical low. Ijin's focus immediately shifted to the path ahead as he inquired about the distance to their next objective. The soldier confirmed it was 7.5 kilometers away, estimating a grueling journey of over 3 hours through the jungle. Internally, Ijin processed the extreme difficulty of such a trek, especially while escorting civilians and wounded soldiers. As he weighed the odds, his attention sharpened on their adversaries' tactics, and he began to recognize a distinct, repeating pattern in their cycle of ambush and retreat. A cold understanding settled over Ijin Yu. This was not a chaotic assault but a deliberate strategy of attrition, designed to slowly grind his unit down. He had recognized the pattern after several skirmishes. While the individual enemy soldiers were clearly untrained, their movements were being guided with lethal precision by a skilled tactician. The enemy pursued them with an unnerving familiarity, as if they possessed prior knowledge of the designated route between each of his unit's footholds. With their path predicted and their strength being bled away, Ijin concluded their only immediate course of action was to defend the upcoming foothold number 3 and await the arrival of a rescue party. An ironclad vow then formed in the silence of his thoughts. He would do whatever it took to ensure every single one of his men made it back home alive. A soldier delivered a report to the blonde antagonist, confirming that Ijin's unit was proceeding exactly along the predicted course, where ambushed troops lay in wait. With cold confidence, the antagonist stated this was unsurprising, as his targets had few alternative routes. The tense quiet was shattered when an allied local commander angrily confronted him, demanding to know how many more of his men were to be sacrificed. He furiously questioned the strategy of using his soldiers as mere sacrificial pawns instead of launching a full-force assault. In a shocking act of brutality, the blonde antagonist's response to this insubordination was to shoot the commander in the head. He then calmly lowered his pistol, a chilling demonstration of his absolute and ruthless control over the operation. Looming over the body of the executed local commander, Ijin Yu delivered a cold post-mortem analysis to the corpse. A direct charge, he explained, would have only resulted in the complete decimation of the man's own troops. Such a catastrophic loss, Ijin continued in his monologue, would have ultimately left the commander with no men to fight and no territory to defend. He concluded this tactical lesson with the quiet acknowledgement that it was all irrelevant now for the man at his feet. In the end, there was only Ijin, standing alone in the silent jungle, surrounded by the still bodies of the enemy soldiers he had just eliminated, the sole victor amidst the carnage. From the strategic vantage of his command post, the blonde antagonist observed the tactical situation unfolding before him. He confidently stated that at least some of the enemy pests would have been ensnared within their carefully laid net. His voice then dropped, devoid of all warmth, as he issued a cold-blooded order to an allied commander to dispose of the useless fools before they proceeded any further. With the command given, a sadistic smile spread across his face, a clear expression of the immense pleasure he took in his cruel and calculating strategy. As a soldier reported they were on schedule to reach the next foothold, a mere half-kilometer away, Ijin Yu's caution flared. He ordered his unit to slow their advance and remain on high alert, explaining that the enemy knew their exact route and destination, making an ambush at that very spot highly probable. At that moment, the blonde antagonist confirmed Ijin's suspicions, gloating to himself about the unique satisfaction that came from capturing prey just as it believed it had escaped. He eagerly savored the thought of his target's dawning realization that they had walked right into a trap, his sadistic overconfidence a perfect mirror to Ijin's grim foresight. As the blonde antagonist's voice dripped with excitement for the impending battle, he ordered his troops to prepare for their prey. Unseen by the waiting men, Ijin Yu and his unit were already moving with extreme stealth through the dense jungle. Ijin led the disciplined formation forward, communicating exclusively through sharp, silent hand signals as they advanced. Their tactical movement brought them to the precipice of a cliff edge, where the entire unit assumed an observational position, their eyes carefully surveying the terrain that stretched out far below. The blonde antagonist's confidence began to fracture as he questioned why his alpha unit was not yet in position for their planned ambush. His unease sharpened into alarm when the communications officer reported a chilling silence. All contact with the unit had been completely lost. A surge of anger followed as the antagonist demanded an explanation, but the officer could only confirm the unnerving truth that he could not reach them. Shifting his focus from the vanished team, he asked about Delta Unit and learned they were 2 clicks behind their target. He first ordered the officer to make contact, but then, in a desperate move to regain control, took the radio himself. Broadcasting the call to Delta, he was met not with a clear report, but with an ominous, static-filled response that crackled ominously through the air. A panicked transmission suddenly crackled to life, the voice of his Delta unit frantic as they reported being caught in an ambush and taking heavy fire while en route to their target. Confusion, then alarm, warped the blonde antagonist's expression. His forces were the ones meant to be setting the trap, so who could possibly be attacking? His question hung unanswered in the air as the soldier's report was abruptly devoured by the deafening roar of a massive explosion, leaving only static in its wake. He could only stare in utter disbelief, his mind reeling as he processed the violent and instantaneous collapse of his entire plan. In that chilling silence, the horrifying truth dawned: his operation had never been an ambush. It was a counter-trap, and his men were not the hunters, but the prey being systematically hunted down by Ijin Yu. Over the body of the local commander he had just executed, the blonde antagonist stood in cold contemplation. He spoke aloud, his voice cutting through the silence as he revealed the chilling calculus of his strategy. He was intentionally sending his own troops to their deaths, making them perish in a manner that appeared utterly pointless. This, he concluded, was the very heart of his plan, to make his opponent desperately search for a hidden reason behind the senseless sacrifices, a psychological pressure designed to corner him into a single, predictable course of action. With his combat knife held at the ready, Ijin Yu prepared himself for the inevitable engagement. His resolve hardened into a singular, unwavering mission. He alone would keep the enemy troops occupied, ensuring Major Kong and his men could find their way to safety. In the next instant, he erupted into movement, leaping into the fray to begin his one-man assault against the opposing forces. Surrounded by the still forms of the enemies he had just neutralized, Ijin Yu turned his back on the battlefield carnage and began to walk. A powerful thrumming soon broke the silence as the approaching helicopters of the rescue unit came into view. Relief washed over Major Kong and his subordinate as they looked up at the welcome sight. Ijin, too, paused his stride, his own gaze lifting toward the sky. But the Major's attention did not linger on their salvation for long. His gaze shifted away from the aircraft, drawn back to the young mercenary. He watched intently as Ijin walked steadily toward his position, a lone figure leaving the devastation in his wake. Amidst a vast and rugged expanse of rock and forest, Ijin Yu moved with a swift, predatory grace. He internally assessed the treacherous landscape, recognizing that the sheer complexity of the terrain would make it impossible for the enemy to effectively track his route. With his path decided, he launched himself from the ground, leaping across the broken, rocky ground to commence his exfiltration and disappear into the wilderness. A sudden crackle of gunfire tore through the air, and a soldier urgently reported to Major Kong that the chaos erupted from the very route they had just passed. Confusion etched the subordinate's face as he pointed out the grim absurdity of the situation. The hostiles ahead had been neutralized before their arrival, yet a fierce new battle had ignited at their backs. Unable to make sense of the tactical nightmare unfolding, Major Kong gave his only possible command: they were to wait right where they were for the rescue party's arrival. A heavy silence then settled over the soldiers as they held their ground, listening to the violent echoes of the unseen war raging on behind them. Ijin acknowledged that the remaining forces had finally realized his tactic. He knew they now understood the devastating truth: a single, outnumbered individual had been attacking them from various directions, creating the terrifying illusion of a much larger force. As a direct result of his successful strategy, the enemy's numbers had dropped significantly. He concluded his swift assessment with a cold, grim fact: there were now fewer soldiers left standing than the number he had already single-handedly eliminated. From his high, concealed position, Ijin Yu observed the enemy forces moving below. It was clear to him that they had realized they weren't facing many troops and had turned their men around to re-engage. His gaze then settled on a group of 3 enemy soldiers, their movements confirming that they did not yet know his exact location. Gazing down from this superior position, he identified his hiding spot as the key tactical advantage for the imminent confrontation. With only 14 minutes remaining until their scheduled extraction, a soldier approached Major Kong to report that the rescue unit was about to land. The major, however, refused to let relief dull their senses, immediately ordering his men to remain alert. The operation would not be over, he stressed, until every last one of them was safely evacuated. An unsettling quiet descended upon the ravaged landscape, the sudden cessation of gunfire causing a soldier beside Major Kong to voice his deep unease. His words faltered as he began to piece together the events, turning to the major with a dawning suspicion centered on the enigmatic Ijin. The stunning realization then struck them both with the force of a physical blow: the fierce firefight they had heard raging behind them, the one that had now fallen utterly silent, had been a one-man war. Ijin, alone, had engaged and systematically eliminated the entire hostile force that had ambushed them. As the rescue unit's helicopter finally touched down, soldiers began to pour onto the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Major Kong angrily confronted Ijin, his voice rising into a yell as he berated him for his reckless actions. He vehemently stressed the extreme danger Ijin had been in, shouting that he could have easily died. The tirade was cut short when a soldier from the rescue unit interrupted, informing the major that they had to leave immediately. Frustration etched on his face, Major Kong turned away from Ijin to address the reporting soldier. The devastating report arrived: both Alpha and Delta units had been completely annihilated. A shocked silence fell as the commander reviewed the tactical data, his gaze fixed on the display where his forces converged on a single, fatal point. The truth of the ambush crystallized in his mind: a single operative had served as the lure, drawing his elite troops into a meticulously prepared kill zone before dismantling them with terrifying precision. A cold dread washed over him as he recognized the horrifyingly efficient methodology. There was no mistaking that signature combat style: this was the work of the legendary mercenary, 001. Fury radiated from Major Kong as he seized the injured Ijin by the shoulder, his voice a low growl demanding an explanation. Ijin, however, met the anger with a steady calm, justifying his presence with the simple fact that he knew the region far better than the major did. The officer forcefully dismissed the boy's reasoning, insisting that this dangerous, mercenary existence was no longer his life to live. It was then that a solemn expression settled over Ijin's face as he finally revealed his true motivation. He confessed that if he had known they were in peril and had failed to intervene, the resulting regret would have stayed with him for the rest of his life. Major Kong and his soldier stared in utter disbelief at the figure before them. Voicing the shock that held them captive, the major exclaimed that the person who had single-handedly saved them was just a kid. There, standing as the solitary victor amidst the bodies of the defeated enemy, was Ijin Yu. As this impossible reality settled, a rescue helicopter was spotted approaching in the distance. The aircraft descended upon the battlefield, finally landing to begin the extraction. The report came in, stark and devastating. Alpha unit had been completely wiped out, annihilated in an instant. Delta unit had fared little better, having lost 17 of its 20 troops after being ambushed on the move. When the commander demanded to know the enemy's numbers, he was told only that they were few. Confusion gnawed at him. His ambush plan had been perfect, and the target had possessed no nearby reinforcements. As he recalled how his units were so surgically dismantled, a chilling familiarity washed over him. He recognized that unique combat style from a past encounter, his words trailing off as the terrible realization began to dawn. Within the tense confines of the command tent, the enemy commander and his subordinate reviewed the grim reports from the battlefield. A chilling realization struck the commander, who remarked aloud that the brutal tactics decimating his troops were the unmistakable signature of the mercenary known only as 001. After a moment of intense, silent deliberation, his expression hardened. He issued a direct and startling order to his subordinate, commanding him to reanalyze the entire situation from the top, but this time, they would operate under one terrifying assumption, that the legendary 001 was still alive. As Ijin made to leave, his sister's concerned voice called out, asking where he was going. He offered only a non-committal answer, stating that he was just stepping out for a bit. Her worried expression followed him as he departed. While on his way, a call interrupted the quiet, his phone's screen illuminating with the caller ID, the Major. Ijin answered, and a professional voice immediately addressed him by his designation, number 001, as it began to deliver a report. A fellow trainee stepped forward, his posture openly confrontational as he closed the distance. With an air of entitlement, he began to speak, revealing a formidable lineage. His grandfather was the chief secretary of SW Corp, and his own father was an aide there. The man declared that his entire life had been a meticulous preparation for a single purpose, to become the aide for young Miss Yona. He then leveled his gaze at Ijin, directly questioning the newcomer's background and suitability, dismissing him as an unworthy rival for the position. Throughout the arrogant monologue, Ijin remained utterly still, his face a mask of stoicism as he listened in absolute silence. Though the trainee conceded defeat, he vowed their conflict was far from over. He revealed his elite lineage, stating his grandfather was the chief secretary of SW Corp and that he himself was raised to be an aide for someone named Yona. The rival attempted one last verbal assault, sneering that Ijin was nothing but an insignificant orphan, but the taunt was met with cold indifference as Ijin simply turned and walked away. Later, back in the quiet of his home, he told his sister he was heading out to the convenience store. It was during this walk through the night that his phone rang, and a voice from a life he left behind identified himself only as the Major. Within the stark confines of the men's locker room, a young trainee watched Ijin after the grueling session had ended. His eyes widened as Ijin began to pull off his shirt, revealing a large, dark bloodstain blossoming across the fabric. A staggering realization struck the aide. Ijin must have been fighting with a deep, fresh wound, yet had still effortlessly bested them all. Before the shock could fully register, Ijin's shirt came away completely. The sight that followed stole the trainee's breath, leaving him frozen and speechless. Ijin's back was a horrifying tapestry of countless old, severe scars. As the air grew heavy with unspoken tension, another trainee approached Ijin, his expression one of hard-won certainty. He declared that he had finally formed a definite opinion of the silent prodigy, an opinion forged from witnessing a string of unbelievable feats, the past rescue, the overwhelming victory in his first-day sparring match, and his consistently perfect performance in every training exercise. The rival confessed that while he had always been considered exceptional, Ijin's sheer ability made him feel the suffocating presence of his own limits, a frustrating and humbling realization. Yet, with a fire ignited in his eyes, he vowed that he would not be beaten. In that moment, a quiet understanding dawned on Ijin. this intense rivalry was the reason behind the trainee's constant, watchful gaze. Giving a voice to his thoughts, Ijin acknowledged that it was impossible not to notice such earnest effort, attributing the powerful competitive drive to the simple fact that they were rivals of the same age. Confronting the other man, Ijin stated the fact plainly. He knew the trainee had been groomed since childhood to be Yona's aide. The rival confirmed it without hesitation, proudly revealing the deep roots of his family's legacy within SW Corp. His grandfather was the chief secretary, and his father was an aide as well. He explained that because of this lineage, his future had been decided early on. He had grown up alongside Yona, meticulously trained for the singular purpose of assisting her when she eventually took on her role at the company. Ijin met this declaration of destiny with a cold dismissal, asserting that the trainee wouldn't know the first thing about what it truly meant to be an aide. A weighted silence settled as the moment closed on nothing but the unreadable, impassive expression on Ijin's face. In a world where everyone had their own role to play, Ijin's life was a collection of starkly different realities. Glimpses of these separate lives flashed by, the sharp gaze of a rival trainee, the stern authority of the major, and the trusting smile of his younger sister. Each represented a different self he had to be. This fragile separation crumbled, however, when his school friends finally found him after a prolonged search. Cutting through the quiet, one of them voiced their concern, asking where he could have possibly been while he was absent from school for the past few days. A call came through from the major, who promptly reported that Guangxik's operation had gone smoothly and there was no longer anything to worry about. Ijin's response was characteristically brief as he acknowledged the good news. The major, however, pressed on, his tone growing serious as he emphasized that Guangxik would not have survived without Ijin's intervention. He then explicitly thanked Ijin for saving the soldier's life. The major's voice came through the line, heavy with the confession that without Ijin's help, the entire unit would have faced certain danger. As if to prove his point, a flood of thankful messages from the soldiers conveyed their immense gratitude. Yet, the major then admitted that, strangely, he felt Ijin's involvement wasn't right. He elaborated on this feeling, cautioning Ijin that with a family and a new life to consider, he should no longer throw himself into such perilous situations. Before the warning could fully land, Ijin interrupted, his words a quiet but firm reminder that the very man telling him to stay safe was the reason he had found that family in the first place. I went back there for a good reason. Ijin's voice was low as he concluded the call, offering a final word of thanks to the person on the other end for believing in him. The line went dead, leaving him in the profound quiet of the night. He stood alone on the high balcony, a solitary figure overlooking the vast, glittering expanse of the city. His gaze swept across the skyline, but his mind was elsewhere, lost in a deep and pensive reflection. A frantic sprint shattered the calm of the city streets as Ijin's friend ran with breathless desperation. His mind raced back to Yang Chan's urgent command, a plea to run and get Ijin for help. That memory fueled his determination, pushing him to race onward with every ounce of his strength. At that same moment, Ijin walked on, completely unaware of the danger, casually noting to himself that his friends were just waiting for him up ahead at the game room. Distress was etched upon the faces of Yang Chan and his friend as they found themselves confronted by the Goziok kids. The bullies pressed them back, cornering the two against a wall in an unmistakable show of intimidation. Recognizing the imminent danger, Yang Chan urgently commanded his friend to flee, his voice cutting through the tension with a single purpose: go get Ijin. The friends successfully broke away from the hostile group and sprinted off, leaving Yang Chan behind to face the aggressors alone. His flight became a desperate race through the streets, his only thought to find Ijin. Overwhelmed and hopelessly outnumbered by the notorious Goziok kids, Yang Chan yelled at his friend to run and find him, to find Ijin. The boy fled in a sheer panic, his mind racing with the question of what he should do. From the chaos behind him, Yang Chan's voice shouted again, a desperate command to just escape, to save himself. That final plea cut through the fear, solidifying the fleeing boy's resolve. He had to find Ijin and tell him what was happening. Trapped within the narrow confines of an alley, Ijin's friend Yang Chan was cornered by the menacing group known as the Goziok Kids. As the confrontation escalated, another of Ijin's friends managed to break free, running to find help. He tore frantically through the streets, his expression a mask of pure panic and urgency. Finally, he burst into a room where Ijin was sitting and urgently pleaded for his help, his hand jabbing back in the direction of the fight. Amidst the wreckage of his victory, Ijin Yu stood over the fallen gang members. His classmate's voice cut through the aftermath, recounting in stunned awe how Ijin had single-handedly dismantled the entire infamous Incheon-gu crew. The reason for the brutal confrontation then spilled out: their friends, Jaehyung and Hyekjin, had been ambushed and dragged away by these very thugs. Just then, a phone rang. A defeated gangster answered, reporting their failure and confirming that the captured students were being delivered to their boss, Taesu. Overhearing this critical piece of information, Ijin ignored his classmate's call. Without a word or a moment's hesitation, he bolted, instantly launching his pursuit. Amidst the bodies of the numerous gang members he had just defeated, Ijin stood and looked up at their leader. From his elevated position, Incheon-gu acknowledged the boy's formidable strength, remarking that he now believed the rumors about Ijin having beaten 10 of his men. Internally, Ijin recognized his opponent as the infamous Incheon-gu. He then cut the leader off with a taunt, telling him to stop talking and step up to the plate for a direct fight. With a cutting remark, Ijin Yu questioned Incheon-gu's courage, asking if he was truly scared to fight in front of his own underlings. The taunt found its mark. Consumed by a sudden rage, the gang leader clenched his fist and lunged forward, throwing a reckless punch. Ijin met the assault with unnerving calm, his hand shooting out to intercept the blow, grabbing and twisting Incheon-gu's arm to effortlessly neutralize the attack. In the next instant, Ijin drove a powerful kick into his opponent's midsection, the force of the impact sending the man flying backward. With his underlings already scattered on the ground, Ijin stood ready as the enraged gang leader, Incheon-gu, rushed toward him. Incheon-gu threw a desperate, lunging punch, but Ijin calmly sidestepped the telegraphed attack. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately countered with a powerful kick that connected squarely with the side of the leader's head. Incheon-gu was knocked hard to the ground, admitting to himself in the haze of defeat that he was far too exhausted to continue fighting. Ijin stood over his fallen opponent, the confrontation decisively won. With grim resolve, Ijin spoke into his phone, issuing a clipped command to bring them and declaring he was on his way. From the shadowed interior of a nearby car, Seokju watched the situation unfold, turning anxiously to his superior for instructions. Mr. Kong, however, remained perfectly calm, initially stating there was nothing they could do. When a worried Seokju protested on Ijin's behalf, Mr. Kong clarified his intent with unshakable authority. They were to let Ijin act as he wished, he asserted, and their role was simply to give him a ride. Following the definitive order, Seokju started the engine, preparing to move and provide the requested support. With cold resolve, Ijin Yu arrived to face Incheon-gu and the assembled Goseok gang. He exploded into motion, charging forward to systematically dismantle the thugs with a flurry of precise, brutal strikes that left them incapacitated one after another. Enraged by the display, their leader, Incheon-gu, bellowed a threat and lunged forward to attack. His punch met only empty air as Ijin dodged the clumsy assault with ease. The retaliation was instant and decisive. A powerful kick arced through the air, connecting with Incheon-gu's head and sending him flying backward, utterly defeated. Just as the confrontation seemed over, a panicked underling informed his fallen boss that their superior, Taesu, had given a new order. The captured students were to be brought directly to him. As the gang members discussed their frustration over the one that got away, the classmate began to recount the harrowing truth of that day. He explained that the Goseok gang had ambushed him, Jaehyung, and Hyekjin at a gaming cafe in retaliation for an earlier confrontation. He knew their reputation well, identifying the group's leader as Tae-ki and his notorious right-hand man, Incheon-gu. Lured outside by the initial aggressors, the three boys were suddenly surrounded by a much larger force of 20 gang members lying in wait. In that desperate moment, Jaehyung and Hyekjin had urged him to run, choosing to fight the overwhelming odds by themselves to ensure his escape. He concluded his story by revealing to Ijin that his friends had specifically instructed him never to speak of it, a final act meant to protect him from the truth. With a steely gaze, Ijin Yu pressed his classmate for the last known whereabouts of Jaehyung and Hyekjin. The answer came quickly, a familiar alley by the subway station, right on the way to the game room. An unspoken question hung in the air, finally voiced when his friend asked if he truly intended to look for them. Ijin's stoic silence was his only reply, a quiet confirmation of his dangerous resolve. The friend with glasses immediately voiced his doubt, his words heavy with warning as he spoke of the notorious Goseok gang and the 20 members who were reportedly there. As the weight of this threat settled, a fleeting memory surfaced, a happier time of Jaehyung casually playing video games with his friends, a stark and painful contrast to the peril that now awaited them. Without warning, Ijin Yu unleashed a swift, decisive assault upon the group of gangsters. He moved with such extreme speed that he was a blur, systematically striking and disabling one opponent after another before any of them could mount a defense. A lone gang member, still standing, could only watch the overwhelming defeat of his comrades, his mind reeling in sheer panic as he questioned what to do. But in an instant, the confrontation concluded. Ijin stood victorious and completely unharmed, a silent figure looming over the unconscious bodies of the entire group. As his classmates fought, Seokju remained frozen, trapped by an internal conflict that held him fast. Mr. Kong observed the boys in action and directly questioned why he wasn't going to help. With a forceful command to snap out of it, the man cut through the hesitation, reminding Seokju that despite working with adults in suits, he was still fundamentally a high school student, just like those in danger. The words served as a powerful catalyst, sparking a sudden realization within him. Spurred into action, Seokju immediately broke into a run, charging toward the conflict. Mr. Kong watched him go, a slight, satisfied smile touching his lips as his mentorship proved successful. As Ijin departed, a classmate watched him go, unsettled by the unprecedentedly serious expression he had just witnessed. Compelled to help, the student started forward, beginning to say, "I'll go too," but was abruptly stopped by a hand that fell upon his shoulder. The hand belonged to Mr. Kong, whose own demeanor was equally grave as he looked onward. With quiet authority, Mr. Kong commanded the boy not to follow, insisting that this was a matter Ijin had to be left alone to handle. A bespectacled classmate voiced his skepticism, questioning how one boy could possibly defeat 20 opponents alone. Without a word, Ijin Yu gave his answer, exploding into action and proving the doubt utterly misplaced. He engaged the gang with terrifying efficiency, a whirlwind of superior combat prowess as he unleashed a series of swift, incapacitating strikes. As he fought, a memory of his captured friends, Jaehyung and Hyekjin, surfaced in his mind, revealing the true motivation behind his ferocity. He was there to protect them. Only moments later, the conflict was over. Ijin stood victorious, a lone figure amidst the pile of defeated gang members he had single-handedly neutralized. From within the confines of their car, Mr. Kong and Seokju watched as Ijin walked away from the defeated gang members left strewn on the ground. A concerned Seokju turned to his superior and asked if they should intervene to help the young man. Mr. Kong, however, remained perfectly calm, reassuring his subordinate that Ijin could handle it before instructing him to get ready to move out. Stepping into the deep shadows of the dark, empty alleyway, Ijin Yu's sharp gaze immediately caught 2 mobile phones lying abandoned on the ground. He knelt, observing that both screens were deliberately shattered. A cold knot of certainty tightened within him as he identified the devices. They belonged to his friends, Jaehyung and Hyokujin. Analyzing the grim tableau, he instantly concluded this was no simple accident. The phones had been left behind on purpose, a clear and brutal message that his friends had been forcefully taken. Before the shadowy silhouette of an abandoned building, the enemy's hideout, several gang members stood guard. One of them suddenly pointed, a smirk of recognition spreading across his face as he spotted the one who had previously escaped among the approaching group. The guard jeered, mocking them for having run away only to return with backup. Unfazed by the taunt, Ijin Yu met their scorn with a chilling composure, calmly stating that their presence was convenient. Now, he could interrogate them to find his friends. With 4 of Taisu Ji's men lying defeated on the floor, the stunned gang leader could only look on in shock at Ijin Yu. Ijin walked directly past him, his attention fixed solely on his 2 bound friends, Jaehyung and Hyokujin. He calmly asked if they were all right. Overcome with emotional relief, one of his friends simply breathed his name in response. Ijin then placed a comforting hand on the young man's shoulder and quietly told him that everything was okay now. Taisu Ji stood over the bound forms of Jaehyung and Hyokujin, his voice raw with anger as he blamed them for the reprimand he had suffered from his superiors. His interrogation, however, was violently cut short as the room's door was forcefully kicked from its hinges. There, in the shattered doorway, stood Ijin Yu, his expression a mask of cold determination. In a blur of motion that defied comprehension, 4 of Taisu's men were swiftly taken down, leaving the gang leader utterly stunned. Ijin then calmly confronted the shocked Taisu, his voice level as he demanded to know where the 2 students had been taken. With a silent and heavy tread, Ijin Yu arrived, his gaze immediately finding and fixing upon the gang's leader, Taisu Ji. Flanked by his men, Taisu scoffed, his voice dripping with arrogance as he demanded to know who the boy was. The question hung unanswered in the air, utterly ignored. Instead of words, Ijin presented his grim evidence, 2 broken phones, held forth for the leader to see. He identified the shattered devices as belonging to his friends, Jaehyung and Hyokujin. His stare then turned to ice as he directly and coldly interrogated Taisu, his voice low and sharp with a single, overriding demand: where were they? With a single declaration, Ijin Yu asserted his authority, announcing he was taking over the conversation. The gang leader, Taisu Ji, reacted with visible shock, a cold sweat breaking out as he was clearly intimidated by the sudden dominance. Around him, the other gang members were equally stunned, frozen in place by the abrupt turn of events. Taisu Ji's initial shock then hardened into frustrated anger as he gritted his teeth, having completely lost control of the situation. A menacing figure, Taisu Ji, sat upon a couch, his presence filling the room. His underlings announced his name, informing him that they had brought back the captives, Jaehyung and Hyokujin. Taisu's cold glare fell upon the 2 students as they knelt before him. A silent fury brewed within him. It was because of them, he thought, that he had gotten into such significant trouble with the bosses. The furious voice of an unseen boss thundered, demanding to know how Taisu Ji's Goseok boys could have possibly been defeated by students from Sinan High. The man's tirade was personal, reminding Taisu of their shared background from Goseok Tech and the organization's tradition of recruiting graduates into their family. His rage escalated at the sheer humiliation of the outcome, roaring that 10 of their members had been beaten by a bunch of rich little bastards. The verbal assault culminated in a chilling ultimatum: if this was how Taisu handled business, his position within the organization would be reconsidered. Humiliation burned fresh in Taisu Ji's memory, the sting of his own boss's reprimand fueling a potent rage. His fury finally spilling over, he demanded to know the whereabouts of the 2 targets who were not captured. A subordinate reported that while one had managed to escape, they would eventually be caught. The location of the other, however, was completely unknown. The excuse was not enough. Taisu Ji exploded at the man before him, his voice a venomous torrent as he berated his subordinate for his staggering incompetence and absolute failure. A dangerous mood had settled over Taisu Ji, a fact his subordinates knew all too well. The reprimand he had endured from the boss the previous day had left his fury simmering. He scoffed at the captive students, Jaehyung and Hyokujin, his voice dripping with disbelief at the very idea that they could have been responsible for his men's defeat. In a sudden, violent eruption of rage, his patience shattered, and he lashed out with a brutal kick against one of the bound captives. With the 2 captive students, Jaehyung and Hyokujin, before him, Taisu Ji began to explain his plan. He proposed that one of them would be allowed to leave to get the ransom money, but he quickly clarified the brutal condition: the other must remain behind as a hostage, a simple pawn. If they tried to run, he threatened, his gang would just find them at school and take them by force. To emphasize his point, Taisu's hand shot out, violently grabbing Hyokujin by the hair. The dramatic gesture, however, was met not with fear, but with laughter from his own gang members, who openly mocked him for acting like a movie gangster. Taisu could only glare back at his subordinates, his face twisting in annoyance at their infuriating lack of seriousness. Bound to their chairs, Jaehyung and Hyokujin stared up in terror as the enraged Taisu Gi loomed over them. His fury erupted in a single, guttural scream, "You little fuckers." A fist crashed violently into Hyokujin's face, and Taisu immediately turned to strike Jaehyung with equal force. The brutal outburst ended, leaving the two boys bruised and bloodied, with their tormentor standing over their battered forms. As the gang leader Taisu Gi aggressively threatened his captives, Jaehyung and Hyokujin, the protagonist Ijin Yu slipped into the room, completely unnoticed. In the midst of Taisu's furious screams, a sudden, powerful kick slammed into the side of his head, dropping him to the ground in an instant. His subordinates could only stare, their faces masks of shock and disbelief at the impossible speed of the assault. Looming over the defeated gang leader, Ijin Yu stood as the new master of the confrontation, having instantly and violently shifted the balance of power. As the new chapter unfurled, its title was partially revealed. Following this, the names of the creators were presented in tribute, giving recognition for the story, the art, the coloring, and the intricate background artwork that brought the world to life. In the aftermath of the brawl, Daehyung and Hyokujin were the only ones left standing amidst a room full of their vanquished opponents. A furious shout erupted from the club leader, who demanded to know how the two of them could have possibly breached his security and single-handedly defeated all of his guards. The staggering scale of the devastation became clear as dozens of club members lay incapacitated across the floor. In stark contrast to the chaos, the two protagonists stood calmly, merely catching their breath after the fight. Suddenly, a door burst open and a friend arrived, his face freezing in utter shock as he took in the sheer carnage before him. A sneer twisted the club leader's lips as he sarcastically declared how terrified he was of the scary-looking pair of friends standing before him. His gaze then swept across the formidable ranks of his own club members, a stark contrast to the two lone intruders. He let out a weary sigh, lamenting the long years he had spent at the school and expressing his profound annoyance that such an unprecedented situation would dare to unfold on his watch. The thin veneer of mockery finally shattered as he spat a direct insult, calling them scrawny-ass bitches who had foolishly come to his club looking for trouble. At the sharp command, the remaining club members charged forward in a final, desperate assault. A grim sense of relief washed over one of the protagonists as he voiced his dread for the alternative. Letting this conflict drag on was a fate worse than the current brawl. He was glad it was all concluding today. In an instant, Daehyung and Hyokujin met the onslaught with a brutal display of coordinated power. They unleashed a torrent of powerful and effective attacks, a storm of fists and feet that struck down one opponent after another. When the whirlwind of violence ceased, the two stood victorious, the last figures standing amidst the large number of defeated bodies that littered the ground around them. Before the large gang of club members, Daehyung and Hyokujin stood ready. They launched their attack without a moment's hesitation, each delivering a devastating blow to a different opponent. With 4 men already felled, the two stood back to back, surrounded yet utterly undaunted. Their leader watched from afar, shouting in enraged disbelief at how easily his forces were being dismantled. His voice raw with fury, he ordered his remaining members to stop hesitating and swarm the two fighters all at once. Spurred by the command, the rest of the gang charged forward to finally overwhelm them. The aftermath of the massive brawl was a staggering vista of carnage, where dozens of defeated club members lay strewn across the ground around the two victors. A friend arrived on the periphery, his confident strides giving way to a stunned halt as a look of complete shock washed over his features. He was forced to comprehend the sheer scale of the devastation before him. His disbelieving gaze darted from the sprawling pile of bodies to the two figures, Daehyung and Hyokujin, who stood with an unnerving calm amidst the chaos they had wrought. At last, a shout ripped from his throat, cutting through the heavy air and officially identifying the powerful fighters for the first time. Daehyung. Hyokujin. The club leader stood frozen, staring in stunned disbelief at the brutal outcome of the confrontation. All around him, a vast number of his defeated club members lay unconscious, sprawled across the ground in a sea of bodies. It was into this wreckage that a friend arrived, his face instantly registering shock as he absorbed the sheer devastation. His eyes darted across the field of the fallen until they found the two individuals responsible, Daehyung and Hyokujin, standing untouched among the chaos. A voice cut through the heavy air, thick with astonishment as he called out their names, Daehyung. Hyokujin. In utter disbelief, the defeated club leader stood frozen, surrounded by the crumpled forms of his unconscious members, all of them laid low by just two opponents. Amidst the carnage, the victors, Daehyung and Hyokujin, were revealed, standing stoically over their handiwork. Just then, a friend burst in, his eyes widening in shock and confusion at the sight of dozens of bodies littering the floor. His frantic gaze swept across the devastation before locking onto the two figures in the center of the room. With a jolt of recognition, he cried out their names for the very first time, his voice echoing in the sudden silence, Daehyung. Hyokujin. In the staggering aftermath of the battle, Daehyung and Hyokujin stood triumphantly over the fallen bodies of more than 30 club members. The defeated club leader could only remain on his knees, his expression a mask of pure shock and disbelief at the absolute devastation he had witnessed. Just then, a friend appeared in the doorway, his own astonishment clear as he took in the sight of the impossible one-sided victory. His voice cut through the heavy silence, finally revealing the names of the conquerors as he called out, Daehyung. Hyokujin. Amidst the sprawling mass of defeated club members, Daehyung and Hyokujin stood victorious. Their leader could only stare, his face a mask of pure shock and incandescent rage. He bellowed in raw disbelief, questioning how it was possible that just two people could have dismantled more than 30 of his fighters. The proof of their impossible feat lay all around them, bodies were strewn across the floor in every direction, a testament to the brutal conflict. With the battle finally decided, the two exhausted but triumphant protagonists simply stood, catching their breath. In the heart of the maelstrom, Daehyung and Hyokujin were a whirlwind of devastating force, carving through the massive assembly of club members. They continued their relentless advance, systematically and brutally dismantling their opponents with a power so overwhelming it defied reason. Witnessing the complete decimation of his forces by only two individuals, the club leader let out a raw scream of frustration. He bellowed into the chaos, his voice thick with disbelief, demanding to know just where these impossibly strong fighters had come from to so utterly crush his organization. Battered and breathing raggedly, the club leader observed his adversary from afar. A fatal miscalculation formed in his mind, his opponent simply had to be exhausted. In a desperate gambit, he tried to bait the protagonist into moving closer, and then he lunged from his concealed position to launch his surprise attack. The protagonist, however, easily dodged the telegraphed assault. In a flash, a single, powerful kick connected with the club leader's head, and his world went black as he crumpled to the ground, utterly incapacitated. On the ground, a cold panic seized the club leader. The thought of being kicked out of the mob for losing to a random-ass kid was an unacceptable humiliation. Fueled by this desperate fear, he pushed himself back to his feet, determined to continue fighting. Before he could even react, however, one of the protagonists struck him with a powerful punch square in the face. The sheer impact sent the leader flying backward until he crashed onto the ground, utterly and finally defeated. In the aftermath of a brutal confrontation, Daehyung and Hyokujin stood victorious, the room around them littered with the fallen forms of countless club members. On the ground, the defeated and disbelieving club leader could only gaze up at the imposing pair who towered over him. At that moment, a new figure appeared, silhouetted against the harsh light of the open doorway. As the unnamed friend stepped inside, his expression warped into one of complete shock and astonishment. From his perspective, the sheer, impossible scale of the victory was laid bare, two against so many. The disbelief overwhelmed him, bursting forth in a single, shouted question that echoed through the wreckage. Jesus. What the hell happened? A friend's voice suddenly cut through the heavy air as he arrived, calling out the names, Daehyang and Hyokujin. He stood frozen, utterly stunned by the battlefield before him. Dozens of unconscious bodies littered the area, a testament to the overwhelming victory his companions had just secured. In complete disbelief, he rhetorically asked the pair if this devastating outcome looked okay to them. A wave of profound respect washed over the newcomer as he took in the sheer scale of their win, finally acknowledging them as the true challenger in the game of life. A furious roar erupted from the Chuman Kim gang leader as he bellowed at Taisu, branding him and his men fucking idiots. He accused his subordinate of not merely failing, but of escalating the very problem he had been sent to clean up. The verbal tirade gave way to raw violence as a brutal kick sent Taisu sprawling to the floor. The leader loomed over the beaten man's crumpled form, cutting off any potential plea for forgiveness before it could be spoken. Sorry doesn't cut it, he snarled, his voice leaving no room for excuses. The Chuman Kim gang leader's voice erupted, aggressively questioning if Taisu truly grasped the gravity of their situation. He reminded the subordinate of their strategic objective. This was their chance to expand the business while their rivals, the Gojiang and Seongsu gangs, were inactive. Instead, the leader furiously accused Taisu of dragging their entire goddamn family into an unnecessary conflict. With a final, crushing dismissal, he confessed his own disappointment, stating that he had been mistaken to ever see any real potential in the man before him. As his subordinate, Taisu, reported that a team had been dispatched to retrieve the high school students, the leader of the Chuman Kim gang listened intently. He declared that this slight could not be ignored, for the men who had been beaten were now part of their family. With cold finality, he issued a direct order to Taisu. As retribution for daring to mess with the gang, the captured students were to be brutalized so severely that they would not walk out of there in one piece. Amid the sprawling city lights, one building stood cloaked in the deep shadows of night. Inside, within a darkened room, the Dushik gang boss sat in silent authority as a subordinate entered and bent into a respectful bow. The man delivered his report, revealing that the Chuman Kim gang's recent, troublesome aggressions were not a calculated power play, but had ignited from a simple conflict involving one of their new recruits and a single kid. The boss listened to the entire explanation without uttering a word, his expression set and utterly serious as he absorbed the strange news. As the Dushik gang boss returned to the neighborhood after concluding his business with a congressman, he strode through a sea of his own men who had gathered to greet him. It was explained that the rival Chuman Kim gang was now seeking revenge, desperate to save face after their members had been defeated by a high school student. Taking in the boisterous reception, the boss commented that his underlings were simply looking for any excuse to have fun and get drunk. A car arrived, and as the Dushik gang boss emerged, he was greeted by the deep, reverent bows of his subordinates. He strode authoritatively past his men, his path cutting directly toward the ongoing conflict where the rival Chuman Kim gang held Ijin and his friends captive. Upon his approach, the Chuman Kim gang leader turned to face him, initiating a tense, face-to-face confrontation between the two rival bosses. With his associates waiting, the Dushik gang boss announced he had a quick job to perform before he could catch up. He then launched himself forward, becoming a devastating blur of motion that tore through the Chuman Kim thugs. In an instant, the fight was over. Standing over the field of incapacitated bodies, he casually commented on how easy it had all been. The outing was violently interrupted as a member of the Chuman Kim gang stepped forward. A sarcastic apology was offered, immediately followed by the blunt declaration that they were taking Ijin Yu with them. Without hesitation, the other gang members moved in, surrounding and apprehending their target in a coordinated swarm. Swiftly subdued, the captured Ijin Yu was then firmly led away, his abduction brought to a successful and decisive end. In the narrow confines of the alleyway, the Dushik gang boss, flanked by his men, stood opposite Ijin and his friends. He broke the tense quiet, addressing the boy with a cool, mocking tone that recalled his own earlier instruction for them to have some fun, wryly observing that they had instead experienced a hell of a night. The man's relaxed authority was a stark contrast to Ijin's unwavering, stoic silence and the visible fear that caused his friends to huddle tightly behind his unmoving form. Disbelief washed over the Chuman Kim gang leader as he stared at the man before him, the Dushik gang boss, a powerful figure he believed had long since retired. He quickly asserted that there must be some misunderstanding, claiming his men had not harmed anyone from the Dushik gang. Through it all, the Dushik gang boss remained utterly still, his silent presence radiating an unnerving intimidation. Goaded by the stillness, the leader's tone soured into accusation as he chastised the powerful man for acting childishly and getting involved in a simple conflict between kids. At last, the heavy silence broke as the Dushik gang boss spoke, his voice low as he questioned if this could truly be dismissed as kids sorting it out. With his justification delivered, a simple declaration that the rival gang had stepped in first, the Dushik gang boss turned his back on the affair. He and Ijin Yu walked away together, leaving the defeated members of the Chuman Kim gang groaning on the ground behind them. An offer of a cigarette from the boss, a common gesture in their world, was politely refused by the young man. As the older man paused to light one for himself, the tense silence that had settled between them was suddenly broken by Ijin, who remarked that it had been a very long time since he'd had cup noodles. With the conflict against the Chuman Kim gang finally over, the Dushik gang boss watched Ijin turn to leave and called out to him. He asked where the boy was going, and Ijin simply replied that he was going to eat. The boss correctly assumed this meant instant ramen and dismissed it as improper food for a growing teenager. Instead, he extended an invitation for a proper meal of soup and rice at a good place he knew, offering to cover the cost himself. Noticing Ijin's hesitation, the man readily admitted that it would certainly be awkward for a high school student to have dinner with a gangster like him. As a gesture of goodwill, the Dushik gang boss brought Ijin to a restaurant, where he offered to treat the young man to an expensive meal. Yet, Ijin expressed his discomfort with the lavish proposition, politely refusing the generous offer. A slow smile spread across the gang boss's face, a look of clear amusement at Ijin's earnest and humble response. The two then sat together in the quiet solitude of the otherwise empty establishment as the moment drew to a close. Gathered in the game room, Ijin prepared to join his classmates for a round. A quiet apprehension hung in the air, an unspoken concern among the others about his physical ability to participate. Sensing their hesitation, Ijin preemptively reassured them that his fingers were fine and he could handle the mouse without issue. The tension immediately broke as a classmate shot back a playful warning, telling him not to troll or dare use a sore arm as an excuse if their team started to lose. A gloved man, the operative known only as number 002, purposefully approached the front door of the residence. As Ijin's grandfather and sister opened it, their faces registered clear surprise at the unexpected visitor standing before them. The man offered a strange platitude about buying snacks, a disarming remark that felt more like a coded message than a casual greeting. Drawn by the commotion at the entrance, Ijin walked down the hall, his expression hardening into one of serious resolve. Without hesitation, he moved to stand between his family and the visitor, a silent shield ready to confront the unwelcome figure from his past. Amidst the casual chatter of the classroom, one of the male students extended an invitation to their classmate Yona, asking her to join their group for a trip to a game room. The light-hearted planning was soon punctuated by a familiar brand of teasing, as another boy in the group called out one of his friends for the indignity of being ranked in the lowly bronze tier. Amidst the intense focus of the team-based video game, an unsettling smile played on Ijin's lips, a subtle expression that was not quite right. The group's concentration ultimately proved futile, as the stark finality of defeat blazed across their screens. The loss triggered an immediate fallout, the mood soured as his classmates became visibly upset and dejected. In the tense aftermath, one of them angrily confronted Jae-hyung, accusing him of having initiated a losing fight before abandoning the rest of the team. Amid the cacophony of the PC game room, Ijin's classmates loudly lamented their loss, their frustrated cries blaming Jae-hyung for trolling and bitterly comparing him to Sin. Ijin, who had been looking down a moment before, abruptly snapped his head up as an unseen presence registered. The shift was instantaneous. His relaxed demeanor vanished, replaced by a sharp and serious expression. His eyes narrowed with an intense, predatory focus, signaling his sudden transition into a state of high alert. With his face now set in a cold, determined mask, Ijin rose from his computer and purposefully walked away from the game and his oblivious friends, moving to confront the source of his profound unease. A man with a scarred face, the figure identified as number 002, waited with grim intent outside the gate of Ijin's home. From inside, Ijin saw the visitor through a window, and his expression instantly hardened with recognition. He moved outside to face number 002, and the two stood locked in a silent, tense standoff at the gate. Their confrontation was suddenly interrupted when Ijin's grandfather and sister emerged from the house, prepared to go shopping. Sensing the charged atmosphere and wanting to give the two men their privacy, the grandfather announced that he and the sister were heading out to buy groceries for dinner. A man with a distinctive facial scar arrived at Ijin's home, addressing him not by name but by a designation from a buried past, number 001. Shock and raw tension seized Ijin as he recognized his former comrade. The moment was broken by the appearance of his grandfather and sister, who curiously inquired about the visitor's identity. Swiftly regaining his composure, Ijin dismissed the man as an old friend and requested a moment alone with him. His grandfather agreed, leading Ijin's sister away for a trip to the grocery store, leaving the two figures in silence. Once his family was gone, the facade vanished, and Ijin confronted number 002, demanding to know the reason for his visit. The answer was a stark warning. The higher-ups at the camp knew he was alive and were now searching for him. With a convenient excuse, Ijin's sister announced she was going grocery shopping, taking their grandfather, Yu with her. As the two departed the house, their exit was a deliberate one, a simple act designed to clear the space. At last, Ijin was left in solitude with his visitor, number 002, granting them the crucial privacy they needed to speak freely. As Ijin's sister and grandfather prepared to leave for groceries, their simple errand was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of a man in a suit at their front door. The man offered a simple introduction as a former colleague, but within Ijin's mind, a far colder designation surfaced, 002, a ghost from his mercenary past. Swiftly ushering his grandfather and sister out of the house, Ijin ensured he could speak with the visitor privately. Once the door closed behind them and they were finally alone, the man's pretense dissolved as he addressed Ijin by his old designation, 001, before delivering the grim, chilling purpose for his visit: "The camp is looking for you." Upon his return home, Ijin was greeted by his sister and grandfather, who were just heading out to the market. His attention, however, was drawn to an unfamiliar man inside, whom his grandfather simply explained was a friend who had dropped by for a visit. Once the two had privacy after his family's departure, the visitor's true identity shattered the peaceful moment. He was number 002, and he addressed Ijin by his old designation, number 001. A wave of shock hit Ijin as he recognized his former fellow operative from the camp. The purpose of the visit was no social call, but a grave warning. Their old organization knew he was alive and was now actively looking for him. The chime of the doorbell shattered the quiet of Ijin's home. His grandfather, Yu moved to answer it with Ijin and his sister close behind, only to reveal a man from a past Ijin desperately wanted to forget. A cold wave of shock and dread washed over the boy as he recognized the visitor, number 002. The man maintained a disarmingly friendly demeanor, claiming he was just passing through the neighborhood, but the grandfather sensed the palpable tension radiating between them. With tact, Yu excused himself and Ijin's sister, leaving the two alone in the suddenly suffocating silence. The moment the family was out of sight, the visitor's amicable facade crumbled, replaced by a chilling menace as he remarked that Ijin looked remarkably good for a man who was supposed to be dead. The operative, number 002, delivered a chilling revelation to Ijin Yu. Their former organization, the camp, had discovered he was still alive. He continued, stating that the camp was now actively looking for him. The man explained that his own discovery of Ijin had been a matter of pure chance, a difficult find during a separate mission, before delivering a final, grave warning that it would not be long before the camp also succeeded. Throughout the dire message, Ijin listened in utter silence, his expression hardening as he processed the weight of the imminent threat. Number 002 faced him, proclaiming that he was merely there to pay a visit to an old friend. A silent shock rippled through Ijin, his expression frozen in stark recognition of the visitor. The man's demeanor then shifted, becoming unsettlingly casual as he asked if they could get a bite to eat, mentioning that he had been far too busy tracking him down to have had a meal. Standing alone in the deep gloom of a back alley, Ijin suddenly sensed a presence. A figure emerged from the oppressive shadows, revealing himself to be a former colleague, number 002, who addressed Ijin not by name but by the cold designation of his past, 001. The newcomer delivered a chilling declaration, stating that Ijin's newfound peaceful life had officially come to an end. Unflustered by the tense confrontation, Ijin turned to face his old comrade, his expression a mask of calm. He cut directly to the core of the issue, demanding to know how he had been tracked down, reasoning that the camp itself could not have been the ones to find him. With an unnerving certainty, number 002 declared that he had always known Ijin was alive, claiming a unique understanding of his old comrade that surpassed anyone else in the world. His thoughts then turned to their former allies, speculating that number 006 had probably also deduced the truth of Ijin's survival, though he remained unsure how that particular number would react to the news. He then revealed a somber detail. The report of Ijin's supposed death had hit number 032 particularly hard. A question immediately formed on Ijin's lips: why hadn't he told their grieving comrade the truth? Number 002's reasoning was cold and pragmatic. He had chosen not to, explaining that it was simply better for fewer people to know, even a trusted ally like number 032. Turning his back on the recent confrontation, Ijin Yu wasted no time. He immediately drew his phone and placed a call to his handler, Mr. Kong, who answered, his surprise evident at receiving contact so late into the night. Dispensing with any pleasantries, Ijin got straight to the point, demanding that Mr. Kong track someone for him. The unusual and serious request left his handler shocked, prompting him to question the sudden order. Ijin, however, only clarified the severity of his demand, specifying the absolute need for real-time tracking and pressing to know if such a thing was even possible. Amidst the mundane chatter of two civilians discussing plastics in a public recycling area, Ijin Yu's gaze remained fixed on the retreating figure of his former colleague, number 002, moments after their tense confrontation. A heavy moment of serious contemplation passed before Ijin's expression hardened with resolve. He swiftly retrieved his cell phone and placed a call to his handler, Mr. Kong. After identifying himself, Ijin wasted no time, immediately issuing a top priority request for surveillance and tracking on an individual. On the other end of the line, Mr. Kang's face registered visible surprise, caught off guard by the sheer gravity and urgency of the demand. With a grave sense of urgency, Ijin Yu raised his cell phone and placed a call to his handler, Section Chief Kong. The moment the connection was made, Ijin declared an emergency, his voice cutting straight to the point as he asked for help finding someone. He then specified the nature of his request. He needed a tail placed on the individual, a constant watch providing real-time surveillance and tracking. On the other end of the line, Mr. Kong reacted with audible shock and disbelief, staggered by the intensity and unusual nature of the demand. As his handler processed the order, Ijin's mind briefly drifted, a flashback to his past and the complicated history he shared with the person he now hunted washing over him. Number 002 began his monologue, his voice recounting a shared, brutal past. He and Ijin, he stated, had been trained like dogs, relentlessly conditioned to obey every command handed down by the camp. His memory then drifted back to a specific event from a few years prior, the sudden and unforgettable appearance of a mercenary who went by the codename Ijin. With a condescending air, number 002 complimented Ijin's cleverness for operating beyond the familiar territory of the camp. He then questioned the decision to resurface at all, wondering aloud why Ijin hadn't chosen to remain hidden from the world forever. The younger man speculated on what could have caused such a shift, musing whether Ijin had been changed by regaining his memories or had been softened by the simple experience of living in a normal, peaceful society. Turning his back on the public recycling area, Ijin walked away, his mind reeling with conflict from the recent encounter. He found a more secluded spot before swiftly pulling out his phone, a pressing need driving his actions. With practiced speed, he placed a call to his handler, Mr. Kong. On the other end of the line, Mr. Kong answered, but his composure quickly shattered, his expression shifting to one of profound surprise and then deep concern as he listened to Ijin's urgent words. Amidst the mundane backdrop of a public recycling area, Ijin Yu placed a call to his handler, Mr. Kong. A surprised Mr. Kong answered, clearly not expecting to hear from the operative. Without any preamble, Ijin's voice was tense as he made his urgent demand. He required both tracking and real-time surveillance. On the other end of the line, a wave of shock washed over Mr. Kong, the sheer gravity and unprecedented nature of the request registering with immediate and stunning clarity. An apology left number 002's lips as he faced Ijin, explaining that his arrival was intended to be nothing more than a personal visit. However, the situation had changed irrevocably. The camp had discovered his location sooner than anticipated and issued official orders. Resigned to his duty, he declared that orders are orders, thereby accepting the new mission that had been thrust upon him. With that, he turned his back and walked away, bringing their confrontation to an abrupt and unceremonious end. Amidst the mundane chatter of civilians sorting plastics, the tense confrontation came to an abrupt end. Ijin's rival, the operative known only as number 002, declared the public recycling area an unsuitable location for the task and promptly departed, leaving Ijin standing alone. A visible tension lingered in his posture from the encounter. Without a moment of hesitation, he reached into his pocket and drew his cell phone, his movements sharp and efficient. An urgent call was immediately placed, a silent, swift report to his handler, Mr. Kong, about the emergent threat. As number 002 disappeared down the long stretch of the alley, Ijin's gaze remained fixed, his thoughts consumed by the unwelcome reappearance of the camp in his life. A decision formed in the quiet aftermath of their confrontation. He retrieved his cell phone and placed a call to his handler, Mr. Kong. A surprised voice answered on the other end, noting how truly unusual it was for Ijin to initiate contact. Cutting straight to the heart of the matter, Ijin stated that he needed a favor, a declaration that only further piqued Mr. Kang's astonishment. On the phone with his handler, Ijin Yu made his request with quiet urgency, first for access to local surveillance footage, and then, more demandingly, for the real-time tracking of an individual. Mr. Kang's shock was palpable through the receiver. He explained that such a high-level operation was difficult, would require clearance from superiors, and would invariably take time. Ijin listened in taut silence, his expression growing more serious and concerned with every word. A chilling thought surfaced in his mind: if his old comrade, number 006, was truly leading this mission, then the primary targets would undoubtedly be his grandfather and cousin. As he processed the potential danger closing in on his family, a look of grim determination settled over his features, warring with the deep worry that now consumed him. Without a word of warning, Ijin Yu had simply acquired the motorcycle. Moments later, he was a blur of motion against the nocturnal city, weaving through traffic at a blistering speed. A call came through from his intel provider, the voice confirming that the target's location had been sent directly to him. The information was reliable, the provider noted. Their quarry had been stationary for some time, a fixed point on the map just waiting for his arrival. While already en route, an update came over the line for Ijin Yu. His intel provider reported that the target, number 002, was behaving suspiciously, consciously slipping past surveillance cameras and erratically changing his direction. These were the clear marks of a professional. The provider astutely deduced that Ijin was already making his move, having specifically requested the halfway point of the target's route, a calculated plan to save time and ensure the interception. With that, however, the information ran dry. They were unable to gather any further intelligence on the foreign operative. The motorcycle's speedometer needle was pinned at its absolute maximum, and a bystander's shocked exclamation was lost to the roar of the engine. On the machine was Ijin Yu, a blur of focused intensity as he expertly weaved through the dense traffic at an incredible velocity. His mind raced, analyzing his target's movements and deducing that the man must have only just arrived in the area. A cold resolve settled over him. He could not allow the situation to drag on. He had people he needed to protect, and for their sake, this had to end quickly. He gunned the engine, continuing his relentless, high-speed ride toward his destination. Amidst the oppressive shadows of a dilapidated industrial building, Number 002 navigated the decaying structure while on the phone with his handler. A voice crackled through the receiver, sharp with disbelief, demanding to know how he had already arrived at the target's location. The handler's shock was palpable, revealing that their organization had only just confirmed that Ijin, their former number 001, was even alive and present in Korea. To have found him with such exceptional speed was a feat that bordered on the impossible. Speaking to his handler over the phone, number 002 explained that he knew his target, Ijin, intimately from their shared training years. His presence in the region had been for another job entirely, but upon hearing rumors of number 001's survival, he had decided to investigate personally. His conviction was clear: traitors must be eliminated, and he was the only person he trusted to carry out this specific task. A word of caution came from the other end of the line, a reminder of Ijin's once formidable status as number 001. However, number 002 casually dismissed the warning, confidently asserting that a long time had passed and that years spent in hiding must have surely made his old comrade rusty. In the suffocating darkness of a secluded location, number 002 stood ready, a large pipe wrench gripped tightly in his hand as he greeted his former comrade. Unflustered, Ijin Yu acknowledged him with a simple, cold utterance of his number, 002. The assassin confessed his mission then, admitting that the camp had sent him to kill Ijin, though he was surprised his target had managed to hunt him down first. With a sudden, ferocious yell, number 002 lunged forward, bringing the heavy wrench down in a brutal, killing arc. Ijin, however, was faster. He dodged the blow with contemptuous ease, letting the weapon crash into a concrete pillar behind him. Before the man could even recover his balance, Ijin had already closed the distance and driven a sharp elbow deep into his opponent's side. In the seclusion of a back alley, number 002 waited, confident in his masterful evasion of every surveillance camera. His solitude was soon shattered by the sound of an engine as Ijin Yu arrived and parked his motorcycle, instantly drawing the other man's attention. 001, number 002 greeted him, his tone questioning Ijin's haste in finding him so quickly. In the face of the accusation, Ijin stared back with a silent, unwavering intensity. Noting the lack of a verbal reply, number 002 continued his taunts, his posture shifting as he prepared himself for the inevitable fight to come. It was a favor that had left his friend in stunned silence. For the first time ever, Ijin Yu had asked for help, borrowing a motorcycle. Under the cloak of night, he tore through the city, the engine a low growl against the urban hum. A call broke the concentration of his ride. It was his intel provider, sending the target's coordinates and confirming the man was making a desperate run for the airport. A stark warning to be careful followed, a grim acknowledgement of the danger ahead. Ijin accepted the caution with a brief, focused response, his resolve unbroken as he accelerated into the darkness, continuing his determined pursuit. On a rain-slicked rooftop under the cover of night, Ijin Yu confronted number 002, the low rumble of his motorcycle the only sound breaking the silence. A flicker of acknowledgement passed through Ijin's mind. The mercenary's skills had undeniably improved since their last training. The assessment was complete, and the decision was made. With a sudden, visceral roar, he gunned the engine, accelerating the machine directly toward his stationary opponent. In one fluid, explosive motion, Ijin used the bike's forward momentum to launch himself from the seat, soaring through the air to deliver a powerful flying kick aimed squarely at his target. The motorcycle tore through the dark, rain-slicked city streets as Ijin Yu sped toward his destination. He arrived at a large warehouse by the docks, bringing the bike to a hard, grating stop that sent a spray of water across the asphalt. Without hesitation, he dismounted and walked with unwavering purpose toward the building's entrance. Within the cavernous interior, number 002 already stood alone, a silent sentinel who sensed his rival's approach and slowly turned to face the door. A confident smirk played across his lips. "You're here." On a borrowed motorcycle, Ijin tore through the city streets, a voice crackling over the phone with critical intel. His target, the formidable number 002, was already in the area, scouring the streets for him on foot. With a curt command, Ijin had the provider disable his phone's tracker, vanishing from any electronic search. He soon reached the location, parking the bike and plunging into the oppressive darkness of a narrow alleyway. From the deeper shadows, a figure emerged. It was number 002, who calmly stated he had been waiting for him to arrive. On the phone with his handler, number 002 reported that he had dealt with the tails and confirmed they were not from the camp. A voice on the other end cautioned him against underestimating his target, Ijin Yu, the operative known as number 001. After ending the call, a thrill of anticipation coursed through him. He was truly enjoying the challenge ahead. In that moment, the distinct roar of an approaching engine shattered the quiet as a motorcycle sped directly toward him. With a sharp screech of tires, Ijin skidded the bike to a halt, kicking up dust and creating a tense standoff as he came face to face with his waiting adversary. Locked in a high-speed pursuit, Ijin Yu weaved his motorcycle with deadly precision through the choked lanes of traffic, relentlessly chasing number 002's black car. As his target began to pull away, a fierce determination ignited within him. He would not let the man escape. His sharp gaze then fell upon a car carrier truck in an adjacent lane, and an audacious plan instantly took shape. Gunning the engine, he swerved hard and rode his motorcycle directly up the truck's lowered ramp. Using the steel incline as a launch pad, Ijin abandoned the soaring machine mid-flight and leaped through the air, landing with a forceful, crushing impact upon the roof of his quarry's car. His target was intercepted. Perched high above the city streets, number 002 reported to his handler that the target, number 001, had spotted him. A voice crackled back with a dire warning. Fighting Ijin was a mistake, and he was strongly advised to fall back immediately. Yet, number 002 arrogantly dismissed the caution, confident that he was far superior to the colleagues who had already failed. As he ended the call, a chilling realization washed over him while his eyes scanned the isolated rooftop. He hadn't found his prey at all, he had been deliberately led here. At that very moment, Ijin appeared, closing the trap. Resigned to the confrontation, number 002 acknowledged their shared past and steeled himself for the inevitable battle. Under the cover of night, Ijin Yu tore down the road at a ferocious speed. His expression was one of grim determination, a silent declaration echoing in his mind. "I have stayed out of it." He continued to race forward, accelerating headlong into the darkness toward a confrontation he could no longer avoid. Late into the night, Yu Yonggo kept his vigil by the window, a heavy feeling settling in his gut that something was amiss. His gaze soon caught a familiar figure as Ijin finally walked through the front gate and toward the house. Observing the profound weariness in his grandson's posture, the old man's worry sharpened into a painful certainty. He knew, with a sinking heart, that the boy was not okay. Standing over the defeated 006, Ijin Yu internally questioned if he had struck him too hard. With a terse command, he told the man to leave and watched as his former comrade departed, leaving the street desolate and empty. Far away, however, in a darkened control room, an unknown individual observed Ijin's position on a monitor. This observer noted with interest that the man Ijin had been chasing was already registered in their database, his cover identity flagged as nothing more than a typical tourist, a chilling confirmation that Ijin himself was under active surveillance. As he drove through the quiet night, Ijin's thoughts were consumed not by the conflict he had just left, but by the far more mundane problem of how he would explain the dented car. He pulled into the driveway, the vehicle coming to a stop before the large, modern home. As Ijin began his walk toward the entrance, the darkness was suddenly chased away when the house lights flickered to life, bathing his path in a warm glow. The front door then opened, and there stood his grandfather, Yu, a clear and silent confirmation that he had been patiently awaiting his grandson's return. A flicker of surprise crossed the features of the defeated 006 as he voiced a sudden realization: Ijin must have had a partner to have tracked him so effectively. Ijin, however, ignored the observation, cutting straight to the heart of the matter as he demanded to know who else from the camp had been ordered to kill him. His former comrades speculated that he was likely the only one assigned the grim task, chosen simply due to his proximity to the region. The camp, 006 elaborated, wanted to keep Ijin's survival an absolute secret, a calculated move to avoid the wider complications his reappearance would undoubtedly cause. With his defeat absolute, 006 laid bare the grim consequences of Ijin's survival. He explained that because the camp had presumed him dead, they would now move to assassinate him as quietly as possible, a necessary response to the extensive damage Ijin had inflicted upon their organization in the past. He then put a name to the coming threat, identifying the figure who would take the lead in the deadly hunt, an operative known as Mad Dog. This, 006 concluded, was all the information he possessed, a final disclosure given only because they had once been comrades. Lying defeated upon the ground, 006 resigned himself to the inevitable end at the hands of his former comrade. A grim acceptance settled over him as Ijin approached, the glint of a drawn knife reinforcing the captive's belief that his death was only moments away. The blade moved, but in a stunning reversal, it sliced not through flesh, but through the bindings on 006's legs. Freed from his restraints, the man stared up in utter shock and confusion. He demanded to know why Ijin had shown mercy when execution was the only outcome he had expected. With a quiet finality, Ijin Yu declared that his former comrade, 006, had a reason to stay alive. A flash of steel cut through the air as Ijin threw a knife with practiced, lethal precision, its blade cleanly severing the ropes that bound 006 to a tree. Turning his back to walk away, Ijin delivered a cold instruction: 006 was to lay low where the camp could never find him, as he was now officially considered dead. The newly freed man, however, was gripped by a sudden terror, expressing his fear that if the organization discovered his survival, their other comrade, 032, would be in grave danger. With his back turned to the defeated 006, Ijin began to walk away, but a voice called out, halting him in his tracks. His former comrade issued a grave warning: their old organization, the camp, would not hesitate to endanger his family in their future attempts to eliminate him. Ijin stopped and slowly turned his head, his expression hardening into a mask of cold intensity as the words settled. He then delivered a chilling, veiled threat, stating that if 006 had made the mistake of targeting his family first, their confrontation would have ended in a profoundly different and undoubtedly fatal way. Before the defeated form of 006, Ijin internally steeled his resolve, his mind fixed on protecting the new, peaceful life he had finally found. Moved by this unexpected act of mercy, 006 offered to mislead their former organization, the camp, promising to throw them off Ijin's trail before he disappeared for good. As a final, parting gesture, he addressed his old comrade by his codename, 001, and asked for the real name he never knew. All focus drew in on Ijin's face, his expression thoughtful as he stood in silent contemplation of the question. Under the quiet veil of night, the family home stood waiting. As Ijin Yu approached, his thoughts drifted back to a time when a full decade had passed before he and his comrades even learned one another's names. Just as he neared the entrance, the front door opened to reveal his grandfather, Yu, silhouetted in the light from within. A simple, concerned statement broke the silence: "You're late." Taken by surprise, Ijin immediately lowered his head into a respectful bow and offered a quiet apology to the man who had waited up for him. The heavy weight of the night clung to Ijin Yu as he finally returned home, his exhaustion plain to see. In the dim light of the living area, he found his grandfather, Yu Yonggo, still awake and waiting. "Grandfather," Ijin asked softly, "why are you still up so late?" Though worry was etched clearly on the old man's face, he offered a simple lie, blaming an earlier coffee for his wakefulness. Seeing through the thin excuse to the true reason for the vigil, Ijin gently urged him to go and rest. As they parted, a quiet, meaningful glance passed between them, conveying a world of unspoken care. In the deep quiet of the home, a late-night vigil was kept, a dinner left untouched for the one who had yet to return. There, sitting patiently in a chair, was Yu Yonggo, Ijin's grandfather. The stillness was finally broken as Ijin stepped into the room, his expression somber from the violence of his night. His grandfather looked up, and their gazes locked in a profound, silent exchange, a moment heavy with the mutual relief that he was finally home, and the shared, unspoken concern for the burdens he carried. With the confrontation settled, Ijin Yu turned his back on the defeated 006 and began to walk away, his command echoing in the quiet aftermath, "Leave the country." A shocked 006 questioned the decision, unable to grasp why he was being allowed to go free. Ijin calmly explained his rationale, revealing that if the camp discovered 006 was alive, both he and their comrade 032 would be in mortal danger. He urged his former ally to disappear completely, to vanish without a trace. Having delivered his warning, Ijin finally put the conflict behind him and departed. Far from the site of the battle, inside Ijin's home, his grandfather, Yu Yonggo, waited up, his expression etched with concern as he glanced at the late hour on his watch. Amidst the market crowds, a tense confrontation unfolded as the Goziok Tech bully and his friends aggressively cornered Ijin's sister, relentlessly trying to get her phone number. Her friend's brave attempt to push the lead tormentor away did little to deter them, but the harassment was cut short by the sudden arrival of Ijin and his friend, Seokju. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The moment the lead bully recognized the girl standing with Ijin, a visible terror seized him. Overwhelmed by Ijin's intimidating presence alone, the group of aggressors immediately bowed in a deep, fearful apology before turning and fleeing in an outright panic. The call was already in progress when Mr. Kong inquired if this was about the incident from the previous night. Ijin confirmed that it was, revealing that the man involved in the car incident was someone he used to work with. A serious expression then settled over his features as he firmly requested that Mr. Kong cease all investigation into the individual. Speaking with his handler over the phone, Ijin correctly assumed Mr. Kong had already run a background check on the man he tracked the previous night. He firmly instructed Mr. Kong to stop the investigation immediately. Without a moment of hesitation, Mr. Kong agreed, stating he wasn't planning to dig any deeper. The handler explained that he had already deduced the man was connected to Ijin's past and, out of respect for his privacy, had chosen not to investigate any further. As Ijin and Seokju concluded what appeared to be a serious discussion, Ijin's sister approached them. She wasted no time, directly asking what they had been talking about. Met with only silence and hesitation, her curiosity quickly soured into exasperation. "Why is it a secret?" she pressed, her voice sharpening with impatience. An annoyed pout settled upon her face, her expression a clear testament to the frustration of being deliberately excluded from their private world. As she walked on her own, the peculiar conversation between Ijin and Seokju replayed in her mind. A simple conclusion began to form: her brother must truly have a deep passion for video games, even if he wasn't particularly good at them. He had probably just been excited to find someone at his own skill level to talk with. With that matter settled, her thoughts drifted from her brother's hobby to the errand she was on. Since she was already at the market, she decided it was the perfect opportunity to buy some fresh fruit for their grandfather. As Ijin's sister made her way, a student from the rival Goziok Tech, flanked by his friends, deliberately blocked her path. After confirming she was indeed from Sinan High, the boy aggressively demanded her phone number, his forwardness causing her to stammer in shock, "Huh? And my number?" He then tried to feign a casual demeanor, assuring her there was no pressure, but in the same breath, he insisted he wanted to get to know her. His face hardened, and his intimidating expression made his true, forceful intentions perfectly clear. Clutching his head in pain, the Goseok Tech bully aggressively demanded a phone number from Ijin's sister. The girl could only look on, intimidated and frightened by the volatile confrontation. His eyes scanned the area, searching for the person who had dared to strike him, but it was Ijin's sister's friend who stepped forward, positioning herself between the aggressor and her companion. She met his glare head-on and boldly claimed that she was the one who had hit him. With decisive action, the friend of Ijin's sister stepped in to confront the Goseok Tech bullies, her hand snapping out to clamp down on the lead bully's wrist. In a swift and overwhelming display, she single-handedly incapacitated the troublemakers, throwing them unceremoniously to the ground. As Ijin's sister expressed her heartfelt thanks for being saved, her friend humbly downplayed the heroic act. The matter settled, the two girls turned and walked away together, leaving the defeated bullies scattered behind them. Still seething from their earlier confrontation, the bullies from Goseok Tech gathered together, their anger palpable. Their leader vowed to retaliate, snarling that they would show them what Goseok Tech is really made of. Just then, they spotted their target, Ijin's sister, walking down the street. Their plan for revenge was cut short, however, when they were surprised to see her accompanied by Ijin, who was calmly carrying her groceries. As the siblings had a brief, quiet conversation about her shopping trip, the lead bully's confidence shattered. A wave of fear washed over him as he stared at the boy, realizing with a start that this was not the same person who had confronted them back at the market. A cold dread washed over the Goseok Tech bully and his friends as they spotted Ijin walking with his sister. For the group's leader, the sight struck with the force of a physical blow. He froze, his face a mask of shock as he recognized the girl as the very one he had been harassing just moments before. Consumed by a desperate terror of Ijin's notorious reputation, the bully's own friends turned on him in a flash, brutally beating him for his foolishness and for inviting a veritable death wish upon them all. With practiced, steady hands, Ijin Yu skillfully pared a piece of fruit, his movements precise. A companion's voice broke the quiet, offering a compliment on his ability and noting how smooth and perfectly round the result was. The peaceful moment was suddenly cut short by an insistent buzzing sound. His companion identified the source, remarking that it came from Ijin's pocket. In an instant, the calm expression on Ijin's face shifted, replaced by a sharp, focused attention as his gaze dropped, his concentration completely captured by the sound. Over the phone, the voice of his former adversary, number 002, methodically laid out the plan. A decoy vehicle, he explained, had already created a false trail to lead their shared enemies away from Ijin's current position. The deception was only just beginning. Once clear of the country, 002 would continue to scatter misleading traces of Ijin's presence across other nations, pulling their pursuers into a fruitless international chase. Ijin agreed without hesitation, stating he would set up his own separate decoy to amplify the confusion. A moment of bitter irony passed between them as 002 remarked on their reversed roles. He was now becoming the dead man living off the grid, a life Ijin himself had once endured. The call ended, leaving Ijin to stand in the heavy silence, processing the complex strategy and the strange nature of their temporary alliance. After a trip for groceries, Ijin's sister and her friend made their way through the market, but their path was suddenly and aggressively blocked by a group of male students. The leader of the pack, a notorious bully from Goseok Tech, broke away from his cronies and menacingly stalked forward, invading the girl's space until he stood uncomfortably close. As the protagonist and his two friends walked, their conversation grew heavy with the weight of old conflicts. One of them recalled a previous incident, mentioning how a figure named Daehyung had violently handled the situation. The discussion inevitably returned to the rival school at the center of their current troubles. Having listened intently to it all, the protagonist finally spoke, cutting in to confirm that this was, in fact, the very same school they had clashed with before. Tension crackled between the protagonist's allies as two of them argued that the recent incident involving his sister was far too coincidental to be ignored. They viewed it as a serious, calculated threat. Their growing alarm, however, was challenged by a third friend who calmly dismissed their concerns, asking what was so serious about the situation. He posited a much simpler explanation: their rival had merely been trying to talk to Dayeon. To reinforce his point, he reminded them that Dayeon had always been popular, and it was nothing new for guys to try and ask her out. As the protagonist and his friends continued on their way, one of them broke the silence, reminiscing about a time when Dayeon had been quite popular. That all changed, he explained, when Jisoo Kim and his sister began to pick on her. The constant torment had left Dayeon unhappy, and soon, others started to keep their distance. It was a shame, the friend affirmed, because she was so pretty, many of the boys used to have a crush on her. The confession hung in the air, and the group fell into a thoughtful quiet as they walked onward, the protagonist left to process the startling new information about his sister's painful past. With training unexpectedly cancelled, the protagonist's friends made plans to go somewhere after school, but the casual atmosphere was shattered when one of them delivered a grim report. Their group's authority was being ignored, he explained, recounting a recent and difficult confrontation their members had endured against students from Songsuk High. He seethed with frustration, recalling a time when those same rivals were too intimidated to even meet their gaze. The problem, he concluded, was spreading, as all the nearby schools had begun to show them disrespect. The true weight of this failure was then revealed in a stark recollection of an authority figure violently scolding his subordinates, calling them fucking idiots for their weakness against the newly emboldened Songsuk High. Within the vast office, a subordinate delivered a grave report to the head of SW Group, informing him that the company's aggressive expansion had created a multitude of enemies. He lamented their past ignorance, recalling a costly incident where they had failed to recognize an adversary's connection to the powerful Dushik Cha. To prevent the situation from escalating further, the aide insisted that they must perform immediate damage control. Throughout it all, the head of SW Group remained seated at his desk, listening intently to the dire warning. With a sudden, unshakable resolve, the protagonist's voice cut through the air. Well, then there's no time like now. The declaration served as a final verdict on the matter. Without another word, he rose from his seat and began his preparations to depart, bringing the meeting with his acquaintance to an abrupt and silent close. As Taesu Gi began to deny that his group would ever intentionally approach the man's sister, his words were violently cut short. A powerful hand seized his head and slammed it down onto the table, shattering the surface in an explosion of splintered wood. Reeling and bleeding, Taesu Gi scrambled back to his feet, frantically insisting they had not targeted the girl because of her relationship to him. He explained that his younger brother had simply tried to talk to a girl he saw on the street, and it was only in this brutal moment that Taesu Gi himself had learned she was the protagonist's sister. He questioned Taesu Gi, seeking to confirm if it was indeed his little brother who had approached his sister. Taesu Gi immediately affirmed it, insisting his brother's actions had been innocent. Understanding the situation now, he promised to tell the boy to stay away from her. A heavy silence followed as the protagonist stood completely still, his face an unreadable mask while he processed the explanation. At last, a subtle shift in his eyes revealed that a decision had been made, and the confrontation was over. As the protagonist and his two friends walked on in the aftermath of the event, one of his companions dismissed the fallout, suggesting they could handle the damage control later. Cutting through the chatter, the protagonist demanded to know what information they had gathered. The revelation was delivered with grim certainty. The boy who had spoken to Ian was none other than Taesu Gi's younger brother. The other friend reacted with visible shock, confirming the sheer gravity of this new connection. A heavy, serious silence fell over the protagonist as he processed the news, his face an unreadable mask. Within the stark confines of a corporate office, a subordinate delivered a critical report to the head of the SW Group. He explained that the company's recent and aggressive expansion had not gone without consequence, for it had created powerful enemies. The subordinate then named the formidable new adversaries one by one, the Ijin Yu Group, the Ilhe Group, and the HNH Group. He concluded his briefing with the ominous revelation that these rival corporations had already begun suspicious activity directed at them. Throughout the tense report, the head of SW Group listened with unwavering intent, silently absorbing the news of the escalating corporate conflict that now loomed over them. Over a simple meal, the acquaintance expressed his regret, wishing he could have provided something better. His tone shifted as he brought up the motorcycle the protagonist had borrowed, suddenly insisting that he simply keep it as his own. The true reason for his generosity remained unspoken, a silent torrent of memories flooding his mind, vivid recollections of his companion's recent and formidable dealings with the powerful Congressman Kim and the feared SW Group. His thoughts heavy with this newfound understanding of the man before him, he could only look on with a pensive expression as the protagonist continued to eat, completely undisturbed. His mind reeled, replaying the moments his young friend had coolly faced down a figure like Congressman Kim, contended with the monolithic SW Corp, and had, impossibly, even saved his life. Overwhelmed by this reality, he finally voiced his confusion, asking what it was the boy actually did day to day. The response was deceptively simple: he went to school, just like any other normal kid. Yet, far from that quiet exchange, within the stark confines of an executive suite, the head of SW Group received a grave report. A subordinate spoke of the many who had voiced concern, all of them unsettled by the company's relentlessly aggressive expansion tactics. The head of the SW Group gravely reflected on how their relentless expansion was forging new enemies, as people inevitably moved to protect their own interests. He acknowledged that the company's own aggressive business measures were pushing them into direct conflict with questionable organizations. His subordinate's report only confirmed the mounting danger, revealing that their advisors had already noticed suspicious activity stirring among rival corporations. At a table laden with drinks, the woman made an attempt at pleasantries, offering refreshments to Ijin Yu before asking how he was finding his work with the security team. Her friendly inquiry was met with a stark lack of interest. Announcing that his training was about to start, Ijin abruptly rose from his seat. He turned and walked away without another glance, leaving the woman utterly surprised and alone at the table. Connected by a phone call yet separated by distance, Mr. Kong listened as his security team leader delivered a report. The man on the line observed that Ijin Yu no longer stood out as he had before. Skeptical, Mr. Kong challenged this assessment, questioning if the boy's earlier victories in sparring had simply been a matter of luck. The team leader, however, offered a more chilling conclusion. Ijin was not lucky, he was intentionally holding back his true abilities in a calculated effort to blend in. Before his superior, the team leader confirmed that Ijin was indeed holding back his true strength. He elaborated that while the young man had become less conspicuous, his movements remained noticeably quicker and his athleticism far surpassed that of the other guards. The leader's assessment was delivered with conviction. Ijin was highly experienced, possessing a level of skill that could only have been attained through rigorous, professional conditioning, a fact of which he had no doubt. To conclude, he added a positive note on the recruit's character, explaining that Ijin endured the harsh training without a single complaint and that, as a result, the other men had all warmed up to him. The woman broke the silence, her voice laced with worry as she asked Ijin Yu how he was feeling. She explained that she had heard about the injury he'd sustained on a recent mission. Ijin was quick to reassure her, insisting that he was okay and that his wound had not been serious. Still, she advised him to be more careful, urging him not to get hurt by working himself too hard. A quiet moment settled between them then, his expression a silent testament to her unexpected concern. An unseen voice questioned her, asking if she was still investigating the student she had inquired about previously. The woman confirmed her continued interest, her mind grasping for the name before it settled on Ijin. A private thought then surfaced. She marveled at the fact that he had somehow remembered her name from their very first meeting. That detail only solidified her conviction as she reaffirmed her disbelief. His fumbling persona was nothing more than a carefully constructed, awkward act. A sudden burst of amusement escaped the security team leader as new information flashed before him. "Oh, is that so?" he exclaimed, a smirk growing on his face. he observed that the boy had certainly cheered him up. As his eyes remained locked on the glowing monitor, a definitive conclusion solidified in his mind. There's definitely something more to this. With that thought, he finally turned away from the screen, his mind now completely absorbed in contemplating the true, hidden nature of Ijin. The woman extended a promising offer to Ijin Yu, presenting a future of stardom through a top-tier training program in either acting or singing. His refusal was immediate and absolute. He simply wasn't interested. A flash of frustration crossed her thoughts, for he hadn't even feigned consideration for her proposal. Pivoting abruptly, she then questioned if he knew a certain Major Hamchong Kong. At the mention of the name, Ijin's unshakable composure finally cracked, a subtle but distinct look of surprise breaking through his stoic demeanor. The woman then revealed the connection. The Major was not only her fiancé but was also the very person who had instructed her to meet him. As his back receded down the corridor, the woman watched, her conclusion solidifying into certainty. He definitely knew her fiancé, Major Hamchong Kong. But as Ijin walked on, a cold dread prickled at his senses, an undeniable feeling that something was profoundly wrong. His intuition led him down an empty hall to a single door left ajar. The sight that greeted him was grim. His colleagues, Jinsu and Kyungwoo, were sprawled unconscious on the floor. In that instant, his gnawing suspicion was confirmed, laying bare a catastrophic failure in security. As the woman spoke to Ijin Yu with an earnest conviction, he internally placed her at once. She was the fiancée of his acquaintance, Major Kong. Her proposition continued to unfold, but Ijin gave his answer without a sound. He simply turned his back on her and began to walk away, leaving the woman standing completely alone, her expression frozen in surprise at the silent, absolute rejection. As the kidnappers' van tore down the street, security guards Jinsu and Kyungwoo were left incapacitated on the cold pavement. Without a moment's hesitation, Ijin Yu exploded into a full sprint, his feet eating up the distance in a desperate foot chase. His relentless pursuit led him to an overpass, where, with breathtaking athleticism, he used the elevated structure to his advantage. Launching himself from the ledge, he soared through the air to intercept the vehicle below, landing with a solid thud upon the roof of the moving van. Inside, completely unaware of the figure now clinging to their escape route, a kidnapper coldly gave the order to transport the goods, confirming Ms. Shin was indeed their captive. The urgent report crackled over Mr. Kang's phone. Ms. Shin had vanished, her two escorts, Jinsu and Kyungwoo, left incapacitated. As Mr. Kong immediately seized command, ordering all exits sealed and the surveillance footage secured, Ijin Yu overheard the situation unfolding. His mind instantly processed the facts, deducing that the kidnappers had their target and were now moving to an escape vehicle. Acting on his own initiative, without waiting for a single order, he broke into a dead sprint to pursue the culprits himself. Through the blur of the city at night, Ijin Yu relentlessly pursued the speeding car. Gunning the engine, he closed the distance, his motorcycle screaming as it pulled alongside the rear of the fleeing vehicle. Then, in a breathtaking display of audacity, Ijin rose, planting his feet firmly on the seat of the speeding bike as he prepared for the impossible. Without hesitation, he launched himself from the motorcycle, a human projectile arcing over the rushing asphalt. He landed with a solid thud atop the moving car, his feet finding their purchase as he continued his desperate rescue. The kidnapper's car sped down the road, but its flight was cut short by the sudden appearance of Ijin Yu on a motorcycle, who immediately initiated a pursuit. With practiced skill, he gained on the fleeing vehicle, effortlessly closing the distance between them. In a daring maneuver, he pulled his motorcycle directly alongside the car, matching its frantic speed. With intense, unwavering focus, Ijin leaned towards the kidnapper's vehicle, his body coiled and prepared to act. With the engine screaming, Ijin Yu closed the distance on the white van carrying Ms. Shin, his motorcycle a blur against the pavement. He pulled alongside the speeding vehicle, his expression hardening with cold, focused determination. In a breathtaking feat of acrobatics, Ijin rose to his feet on the racing motorcycle and launched himself through the air. He landed solidly on the roof of the van, the force of his arrival sending a loud thump through the metal frame. Inside, the startled kidnappers flinched at the sudden sound from above, a chilling realization dawning that they were no longer alone. With a blur of motion, Ijin Yu sprinted down the road, his eyes locked on the black car carrying the abducted Ms. Shin. Displaying an extraordinary burst of speed and agility, he launched himself into the air and landed silently on the roof of a civilian vehicle. The crowded street became his pathway as he continued the chase, leaping fluidly from car to car and using the dense traffic as stepping stones to rapidly close the distance. With a final, decisive bound, Ijin landed hard on the roof of the kidnapper's getaway car, the jarring impact causing the shocked driver to swerve wildly across the lane. With the wind whipping past him, Ijin Yu crouched low upon the roof of the pursuit vehicle as it tore down the road. In a breathtaking display of agility, he leapt from his car, landing squarely on the roof of the kidnapper's van just ahead. From this new vantage point, he spotted a group of thugs blocking the road, clearly intending to stop the chase. A look of surprise crossed one of the thugs' faces as he realized their timing was disastrously off. Wasting no time, Ijin launched himself from the van, diving down to single-handedly confront the stunned group of assailants. Their pursuit came to an abrupt halt as a group of assailants blocked the path, stopping both the leader of Team 2 and Ijin Yu in their tracks. A decisive order was given. Ijin was to handle the aggressors by himself so the leader could move forward. "I'll go on ahead," the team leader stated, his intent clear. With an unervingly calm "Yes, sir," Ijin Yu accepted the dangerous command without a flicker of hesitation. As his superior sprinted past the thugs, Ijin was left completely alone to confront the entire group. A thought echoed in Ijin Yu's mind. "I've been thinking about it." His memory slipped back to a time when he was just a boy, looking up at an older soldier. The young Ijin had asked the man what he was thinking about, and the soldier had replied that he was pondering the boy's own earlier question about the meaning of family. To him, the man explained, family was something really precious. The word was foreign to the boy, who questioned what precious even meant. The soldier then began to elaborate on its profound importance, a concept he held even above his duty to his country. The soldier explained that his passion for the place stemmed from a simple truth: it was where his family lived. A young Ijin, listening intently, then posed a heavy question, asking if a person would be willing to give their life for that family. The soldier began to answer, but a sudden pause arrested his words. His expression turned profoundly serious as he silently considered the sheer weight of the query, the unspoken affirmation hanging in the solemn air between them. In the heat of the pursuit, the leader of Team 2 ordered Ijin to stay back for his own safety, but the young man flatly disregarded the command. Surging forward, Ijin urgently warned his superior of the group of assailants blocking their path ahead. Upon seeing the obstacle and realizing the chase could not be delayed, the team leader made a swift decision. In a complete reversal, he commanded Ijin to hold off the thugs so that he could continue unimpeded. Ijin calmly accepted the dangerous assignment with a simple, "Yes, sir." With the order given, the team leader ran past him, leaving the lone operative to turn and face the approaching group of thugs all by himself. As the leader of Team 2 deemed the situation too dangerous, he ordered Ijin to head back, but the young bodyguard calmly refused. Reminding his superior of his duty, their tense exchange was cut short when a group of assailants suddenly blocked their path, springing the ambush they had laid. Without hesitation, Ijin took the initiative, instructing his leader to press on with the pursuit as he alone stayed behind to confront the waiting enemies. As the white getaway van hurtled through a narrow passage, Ijin Yu clung tenaciously to its rear doors. A black sedan suddenly roared alongside, and its driver, the leader of Team 2, stared in disbelief upon seeing his subordinate in such a precarious position. The leader threw his own car door open, gesturing urgently for Ijin to leap into the safety of his vehicle in an attempt to extract him. But Ijin defiantly refused. He pointed forward at their quarry and shouted back over the wind, insisting that they must maintain the direct pursuit without losing a single moment. The leader of Team 2 was utterly shocked to find Ijin Yu suddenly seated beside him, angrily ordering the young man to get out of the car. Ijin, however, calmly ignored the command and immediately reported the kidnapper's last turn. Momentarily stunned by his unwavering composure and the critical information, the team leader accepted his presence. He quickly grabbed the radio, relaying Ijin's intelligence to coordinate with the police and dispatch units to the new location. On Ijin's word, the pursuit vehicle whipped to the right, continuing the chase down the correct path. The leader of Team 2 tried to dismiss Ijin Yu from the operation, arguing that he was just a kid and not an official member of the team. Unwavering, Ijin refuted the order, stating he was on practical training and would accept full responsibility for his presence. Before his superior could object further, Ijin interrupted with a chillingly concise intelligence report, detailing the 2 kidnappers he had observed inside the vehicle. The team leader was visibly taken aback, stunned into silence by the boy's professionalism and the crucial information he provided. Moments later, the staggering source of his intelligence was confirmed. Ijin had gathered the data while hanging on to the vehicle itself. With a grave tone, Mr. Kong delivered his report to the chairman, his account centering on Ijin's extraordinary actions. He explained that Ijin had been the very first to track the kidnappers, having audaciously clung to their getaway vehicle. Based on such incredible performance, Mr. Kong expressed his complete confidence, stating he could think of no one more reliable for the task at hand. He then formally confirmed the dire situation. Miss Jive had been abducted just moments ago. While most security units were dispatched to begin the search, Mr. Kong concluded his update by affirming that the leader of Team 2, alongside Ijin, was already in direct pursuit of the assailants. With grim determination, Ijin Yu and the leader of Team 2 pounded the pavement in relentless pursuit. The team leader confirmed their direction was true, noting that the kidnappers had just been spotted along this very route. As they rounded a corner, however, their chase came to an abrupt halt. A group of assailants stood waiting, blocking their path in a deliberate interception. While the team leader's expression registered clear surprise at the sudden ambush, Ijin remained perfectly calm, his focus narrowing as he assessed the new threat before them. With time slipping away, the Team 2 leader made the call to advance without waiting for backup. He and Ijin Yu broke into a run, sprinting together down a narrow urban street. As they rounded a corner, their pursuit was cut short. A group of hostile men confronted them, a deliberate blockade barring their path. While his companion stopped short, Ijin Yu calmly assessed the new threat, his gaze unwavering as he prepared to engage the assailants. As the leader of Team 2 stood before the enemy, he declared that he and Ijin could not wait for backup, gravely warning the young man that this was real combat, not a mere training exercise. Unflinching, Ijin coolly responded that he preferred it this way, his quiet confidence a stark testament to his comfort in the face of danger. Far from the impending clash, Mr. Kong and Chairman Yu Yonggo discussed the kidnapping from a strategic vantage. Mr. Kong confessed his own perplexity over the incident's peculiar details, a sentiment the chairman seemed to share as he implied they both suspected a far more complex conspiracy was orchestrating the abduction. Just as Ijin came to an internal conclusion, his and the Team 2 leader's path through the alley was suddenly obstructed by a group of hostile men. With a quick assessment, the Team 2 leader gave his subordinate a simple command, "Take care of them," declaring he would continue the chase alone. As one of the assailants yelled for his men to stop the leader from breaking through, his target was already running ahead. Ijin wordlessly accepted the order, the sharp crack of his knuckles echoing his readiness to engage the thugs in combat. As Ijin Yu and the Team 2 leader pursued their target, their path was suddenly intercepted by a group of hostile assailants. The Team 2 leader ordered Ijin to ignore the hostiles and continue the chase, intending to fight them himself, but Ijin flatly refused. He argued that he could dispatch the enemies more efficiently and instructed his leader to advance, taking on the role of the rear guard to clear their path. Without a moment's delay, Ijin engaged the assailants in combat, swiftly taking them down with a series of powerful strikes. With the threat now fully occupied, the Team 2 leader ran past the fight and continued the pursuit. Before the imposing figure of the teenage mercenary, the blonde antagonist sneered, first mocking his own subordinate, number 002, for being startled by what he called a puny little kid. His derision then shifted directly to Ijin, as he questioned the boy's age and suitability for security work. With chilling finality, the leader commanded number 002 to kill the young mercenary and then rejoin the team. As he turned to leave, he quietly revealed to another of his men that their retreat was merely a feint. He was supremely confident that number 002 would dispose of the boy quickly, having successfully isolated the two for a one-on-one fight. With his pistol pressed firmly against Shin Dayeon's head, the blonde mercenary leader vented his frustration into his phone about the dangerously lacking intelligence on 001. Snapping the call shut, his patience spent, he barked a single command at his subordinate. Number 002 was to finish Ijin. Acknowledging the order, the assassin exploded into motion, surging toward his target with the deadly gleam of twin knives. As the fight ignited, Ijin's mind was already calculating the grim variables. He had to forge an opening, a singular chance to neutralize the gunman and secure an escape path for his principal. With calculated grace, he twisted his body, narrowly evading the first swift blade as it sliced through the air where he had stood a mere instant before. Pinned with a knife held fast to his neck, Ijin was seemingly at his opponent's mercy. Number 002 was confident, internally remarking that the boy was indeed just a bodyguard. But showing no trace of fear, Ijin suddenly opened his mouth and bit down hard on the cold steel of the blade. The completely unorthodox countermove left number 002 visibly stunned. Capitalizing on his opponent's shock, Ijin seized the knife-wielding arm with both hands and forcefully twisted the captured limb. Number 002 cried out in pain as his grip failed, and the knife fell from his hand, clattering to the ground and leaving him completely disarmed. In the heart of the tense standoff, Ijin Yu and number 002 stood locked in a battle of wills, blades held at the ready. With a sudden, calculated move, Ijin threw his knife, the weapon creating a sharp clang as it struck a nearby surface. The sound was the perfect feint. As number 002's focus wavered for a fraction of a second, Ijin rushed forward, closing the distance in an instant. He unleashed a single, powerful kick aimed directly at his opponent's head. The blow landed with decisive force, and number 002 was immediately knocked unconscious, ending the confrontation. In a blur of violent motion, number 002 initiated a swift attack, his knife flashing through the air on a lethal course for Ijin's neck. Ijin reacted instantly, dropping low and ducking clean underneath the sweeping blade to evade the strike. As he dodged, his hand shot up, seizing number 002's wrist and gaining complete control over the weapon arm. Using this leverage, Ijin pivoted and brutally slammed his attacker into the unyielding side of the car, neutralizing the man with the sheer force of the impact. With Shin Dayeon held captive, the blonde antagonist's expression shifted, acknowledging that SW Group had caught up to them with surprising speed. He had already informed his client that the target was secured, but their premature arrival meant that time was no longer on his side. Realizing their position was about to be compromised, he declared that they must immediately move to their next location before SW's forces could breach their defenses. As the blonde antagonist coolly reported Ijin's identity over a phone call, the brutal confrontation between Ijin Yu and the assassin number 002 raged on. A fierce and relentless knife assault pressed Ijin back, forcing him to deftly dodge each attack while his eyes searched for the slightest opening. Then, in a shocking gambit, Ijin stopped evading. He thrust his hand forward, catching the cold steel of his opponent's blade in his bare palm. The attack was brought to a dead halt, and as blood began to flow freely from the self-inflicted wound, the tide of the battle had turned. With his primary opponent, number 002, defeated at his feet, Ijin Yu stood and faced the last remaining foe. The blonde antagonist held Shin Dayeon at gunpoint, his expression a mask of shock. "Don't move," he screamed, his voice cracking with desperation. The command was utterly ignored. In a breathtaking surge of speed, Ijin dashed forward, the space between them vanishing in an instant. The blonde man's eyes widened in stunned disbelief, his mind unable to comprehend the velocity of the approach, leaving him powerless to react. In a flash, Ijin reached the pair, his hand clamping down on the antagonist's wrist, decisively initiating a disarming maneuver to neutralize the threat against Shin Dayeon. With blinding speed, Ijin Yu executed his attack. A single, precise blow to number 002's arm sent the mercenary's knife clattering away, the weapon torn from his grasp. Before his opponent could even process the disarm, Ijin followed through with a devastating roundhouse kick to the head that immediately incapacitated the elite fighter. But the victory was cut brutally short. The blonde field leader emerged, pressing a pistol to Shin Dayeon's temple. He coldly asserted that losing one man was an acceptable sacrifice if it meant they could finally eliminate Ijin, threatening to pull the trigger and execute his hostage. With Shin Dayeon held firmly at gunpoint, the blonde antagonist's warning was absolute: the moment Ijin moved, the girl would die. After a brief, sharp analysis of the standoff, Ijin made his move. He abruptly drove his foot into the earth, kicking a thick cloud of dust into the air that instantly obscured his opponent's vision. Using the swirling curtain as cover, he lunged forward, closing the distance in a blur. Before number 002 could register the tactic, a powerful punch connected squarely with his face, shattering the stalemate and initiating the fight. It was as if Ijin hardly moved at all. An impatient order from the blonde antagonist, who held Shin Dayeon captive, spurred number 002 to finish the fight quickly. The assassin lunged forward, attempting to stab Ijin with his knife, but the attack was met with an impossible blur of motion. Ijin intercepted the lunge, striking his opponent's knife hand with such precision that a sharp crack echoed as the weapon was broken from his grasp. Forced to his knees, number 002 could only clutch his now useless hand in agony, while Ijin stood over him, completely unscathed. As the mercenary's blade slashed downward, Ijin Yu moved in a blur, catching the man's arm to seize complete control of the engagement. With a brutal, wrenching twist, he appeared to break his attacker's wrist, forcing a cry of pain from the man known as number 002 as the weapon slipped from his grasp. Still maintaining his unyielding grip, Ijin drove a powerful elbow strike directly into the mercenary's face. The raw impact sent his opponent reeling backward, a spray of blood flying from his mouth before he collapsed to the floor, utterly defeated. Ijin simply stood over his fallen foe, the confrontation concluded. With a sudden lunge, number 002 initiated the assault, a swift knife strike flashing through the air. Ijin calmly dodged the lethal attack aimed at his head, the blade cutting through empty space. His counter was immediate. He seized and twisted his opponent's knife-wielding arm, neutralizing the threat in a single, fluid motion. Having momentarily subdued the assailant, Ijin shouted a sharp command for Shin Dayeon to run without hesitation. With Shin Dayeon held captive at gunpoint, the blonde antagonist taunted the fallen Ijin Yu as number 002 stood ready. From the ground, however, Ijin's mind cut through the mockery, correctly assessing the verbal assault as a calculated provocation designed to gauge his ability to continue. Answering the unspoken test, he proved he was far from defeated by swiftly springing back to his feet, settling into a fighting stance that was a clear demonstration of his unwavering resolve. Shin Dayeon's consciousness returned on the cold floor, her mind shrouded in confusion about her whereabouts and the identity of the boy beside her. Just as she began to stir, the lead mercenary and his subordinate closed in, the leader's voice dripping with mockery as he taunted Ijin Yu. In a single, fluid motion, Ijin's foot lashed out, kicking a discarded firearm from the ground and sending it spinning into the air. He caught the weapon mid-flight and, without a moment's hesitation, fired a single, lethal shot directly into the subordinate mercenary's head. The man crumpled to the ground, instantly dead, leaving both the once confident lead mercenary and a horrified Shin Dayeon frozen in a state of utter shock. A wave of disorientation washed over Shin Dayeon as she awoke in a place she did not recognize, her mind struggling to comprehend how she had gotten there. Her bodyguard, Ijin Yu, calmly explained that the dizziness clouding her senses was merely a side effect of a sedative. As the chilling reality of her situation dawned on her, she asked if she had been kidnapped. Ijin confirmed her fears but was quick to inform her that he and the team leader had arrived, assuring her that both the police and additional security were already on their way. Cornered by armed enemies, Ijin's mind calculated their grim odds, noting that with Shin Dayeon conscious, they at least had a chance to maneuver. As awareness returned to her, Dayeon's thoughts immediately raced to find a motive for the attack, questioning if this was some form of retaliation for the recent corporate expansion deals she hadn't even been involved in. The raw terror of her situation brought a chilling memory to the surface, her current nightmare feeling terrifyingly similar to what had once happened to Yona. Her focus then shifted from her own fear as she noticed her bodyguard was wounded. Her voice, laced with genuine concern, broke the silence as she spoke to him directly, stating, "You're hurt." From her hiding place, Shin Dayeon watched the tense standoff unfold, her thoughts spiraling. She couldn't understand why Ijin, who she knew wasn't a real bodyguard, was going to such extreme lengths to protect her. Her contemplation was shattered when the lead mercenary appeared outside, his voice cutting through the silence as he declared he had waited long enough for them to emerge. He continued his taunts, insisting they had nowhere left to go and demanding they come out at once. The lead mercenary's threat hung heavy in the air, a cruel ultimatum designed to break the standoff, Ijin's cooperation in exchange for Shin Dayeon's life. A wave of responsibility washed over Dayeon. She could not bear the thought of a mere teenager getting hurt while protecting her. With a heavy heart, she made her choice. She would surrender herself to the kidnappers, a final, desperate act to end the conflict and ensure the young bodyguard's safety. Yet, just as the words of capitulation formed on her lips, Ijin moved first, seizing a nearby object and hurling it directly at their aggressors to shatter the fragile stalemate himself. Just as a subordinate mercenary leveled his weapon to fire, a single, decisive shot rang out. Ijin Yu had moved faster, his aim unerring as he sent a bullet straight through the man's head, killing him instantly. Behind Ijin, Shin Dayeon could only recoil, her expression a mask of pure shock and horror at the sudden, lethal violence. The lead mercenary, however, merely glanced at his fallen comrade before locking eyes with Ijin. He taunted the boy for his youth, dismissing the takedown as some sort of movie-like heroism and adding a chilling threat, even a hero could be killed. Fully awake, Shin Dayeon watched in shock as Ijin Yu stood protectively before her. A subordinate mercenary aimed his weapon at the pair, but Ijin drew his own firearm without a moment's hesitation and fired. The subordinate was killed instantly, a bullet striking him squarely in the head. Dayeon reacted with pure horror and disbelief at Ijin's swift and brutal efficiency. Stepping forward, the lead mercenary nonchalantly remarked on the death of his man, proceeding to taunt Ijin about his young age and question his capabilities. Through it all, Ijin maintained a cold, professional demeanor, preparing himself to engage the final antagonist. The lead mercenary confronted the pair, taunting Ijin Yu for his young and seemingly unimposing appearance while an armed subordinate advanced to seize Shin Dayeon. In an instant, however, Ijin moved with incredible speed, effortlessly disarming the advancing man. Without a flicker of hesitation, he turned the mercenary's own handgun on its owner and fired, killing him instantly. Watching from behind Ijin, Shin Dayeon's expression twisted into one of visible shock and horror at the sudden, lethal violence. Even the lead mercenary was taken aback, stunned into silence by the brutal efficiency that had just dispatched his man. The lead mercenary confronted the pair, mockingly questioning what a kid like Ijin could possibly do to stop him. Internally, Ijin resolved that he only needed to stall for time until the team leader arrived. As the mercenary lunged forward with a knife, Ijin sidestepped the deadly thrust. In a single, fluid motion, he seized the man's knife arm, twisted it, and pressed the muzzle of his own gun directly to the mercenary's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Ijin fired, executing his opponent on the spot. Brandishing a knife, the lead mercenary acknowledged the warnings. The boy before him was a monster. He sneered at Ijin's youth and lunged forward, but to the young man, the desperate attack was simply too slow. A single, deafening gunshot tore through the air as Ijin fired, striking the mercenary in the head and killing him instantly. Splattered with the warm aftermath, Shin Dayeon could only stare, her face a mask of absolute shock and horror. Ijin, however, stood impassively over the fresh corpse, his calm demeanor a chilling contrast to the brutal violence he had just unleashed. With a knife held loosely in his grip, the lead mercenary began his verbal assault, openly questioning if Ijin even possessed the nerve to fire the gun he held. Nearby, Shin Dayeon could only watch the escalating confrontation, her face a mask of extreme anxiety. The mercenary pressed on with his mockery, sarcastically dismissing Ijin's experience as nothing more than simple target practice. Deaf to the goading words, Ijin moved with chilling calm, bringing the pistol up into a professional two-handed aiming stance. A single shot cracked through the air, but its target was not the taunting man in front of him. The bullet flew past the leader and found its mark with lethal precision, striking the subordinate mercenary in the background directly in the head and killing him instantly. Shin Dayeon stood stunned, her mind reeling from the fact that Ijin had shot someone without a single moment's hesitation. Her gaze fixed upon his eyes, searching for any hint of shock or remorse, but they were dead still, showing absolutely no reaction to the act of taking a human life. A horrifying conclusion began to form within her, that unnerving stillness meant he had grown used to killing. She struggled to reconcile his youthful appearance and peaceful origins with the desensitized, lethal capabilities he had just so calmly demonstrated. Disoriented, Shin Dayeon's consciousness returned in the backseat of an unfamiliar, moving car. A groggy question of her whereabouts escaped her as she took in her surroundings, her gaze eventually locking onto the man behind the wheel. A flicker of recognition cut through her confusion. It was her bodyguard, Ijin Yu. As she began to wonder what was happening, Ijin's voice reached her, calmly delivering the grim facts of their situation. He explained that she had been kidnapped, that the vehicle's original driver had been dealt with, and that although he had removed their tracker, the enemy would likely find them again soon. Amidst opulent surroundings, the bruised and submissive leader reported his failure. His mastermind, a figure of unshakable composure, simply continued to fasten a cufflink, stating that he hadn't been expecting his subordinate to be caught. With a chilling calm, he then revealed the true nature of the assignment. The kidnapping was never meant to succeed. The entire elaborate operation, he declared, was merely a calculated warning, a message sent directly to the SW group that exposed a far grander corporate conflict simmering beneath the surface. Held at gunpoint by the antagonist leader, the wounded SW group security guard was ordered to stop. The guard accepted that this was the end for him. His mission flashed through his mind. He had acted as a decoy, a necessary sacrifice to buy the others time to escape. A flicker of worry for the outcome crossed his mind, knowing his accomplice, Ijin, had gone after the VIPs. Yet, despite the dire situation, a surprising and unexplained confidence settled within him, a deep-seated belief that his accomplice would somehow manage. Before the captured SW group guard, whose smile remained defiantly fixed, the antagonist leader loomed with a chilling warning. He cautioned the captive not to underestimate the woman who had been sent after Ijin, extolling her fighting ability and claiming that not a single man in his own formidable group could ever hope to defeat her. A cruel smirk spread across the leader's face as he predicted that since Priscilla was now angry, she would make Ijin suffer an immense and terrible agony. It was for this very reason, he explained with absolute certainty, that his men were not pursuing their target. They were utterly convinced she would neutralize Ijin long before they could even arrive. As the antagonist leader leveled his gun and declared his target was about to die, Ijin Yu materialized suddenly and silently behind him. Before the man could even react, Ijin seized the gun arm, viciously twisting it behind his back and forcing him down to the ground. With the leader's hand still locked around the weapon, Ijin aimed the barrel squarely at the man's own head, instantly turning the captor into a hostage. The other two kidnappers immediately trained their weapons on Ijin, but he remained perfectly calm and in control, locking them all in a tense standoff. In the midst of the tense standoff, the antagonist leader and his two henchmen held an injured security guard hostage. Their control of the situation was shattered by the sudden appearance of Ijin Yu, an arrival that caused the leader to recoil in disbelief, questioning how a mere kid could have possibly reached them. A cold panic began to set in as his thoughts raced to Priscilla, the one who was supposed to have stopped the boy. Before he could process the failure, Ijin fired 2 precise shots, striking the hands of the 2 henchmen and forcing their weapons to fall from their grips. With incredible speed, Ijin Yu burst into the room where the decoy was being held. 2 precise shots cracked through the air, striking the hands of the kidnappers holding firearms and disarming them without lethal force. He then closed the distance on the antagonist leader, who held the frightened hostage at knife point. A single, incapacitating strike to the leader's neck was all it took to knock him unconscious, freeing the captive from his grasp. He hadn't even flinched. An observer processed the moment with sheer disbelief, realizing that Ijin had disarmed 2 separate men with just a single, precise bullet for each. On the ground, the 2 kidnappers writhed, clutching their wounded hands in agony as their firearms lay uselessly nearby. Their leader could only stare forward, his mind reeling in a state of pure shock, utterly unable to comprehend how his team had been so swiftly neutralized. Even the rescued SW Group security guard, suddenly freed from his captors, looked on with an expression of stunned surprise. Amidst the tense debriefing, Mr. Kong gravely informed Ijin that they had received a message from the orchestrator of the kidnapping. He relayed the mastermind's chilling words, clarifying that the recent incident was not intended as a full-scale attack, but rather as a simple warning. Elsewhere, the unnamed antagonist himself confirmed this over the phone, stating with cold anticipation that he looked forward to their next meeting. Just as the weight of this new threat settled, the door opened and Shin Dayeon entered the room. Her eyes immediately found Ijin, her voice laced with worry as she asked him directly if he was all right. As the immediate chaos subsided, Ijin's thoughts remained on the accomplice still lurking somewhere within the building. His concentration was broken, however, by the frantic sound of someone running toward him. Shin Dayeon finally reached his side, her gaze falling upon his injured and bleeding face. A desperate question of whether he was all right escaped her, but before he could offer his typical stoic reply, her own overwhelming worry burst forth. She vehemently challenged the very idea, questioning how he could possibly call himself fine in such a state. With the mission complete, Ijin Yu quietly took stock of his own physical condition. The minor bruises he had sustained were, he concluded, an acceptable price for ensuring the VIP's rescue. He turned to his handler, Mr. Kong, and asked for a favor. Explaining that he did not want to cause his family any worry, Ijin requested a cover story, a security team workshop, to account for his absence while he had his injuries treated. Mr. Kong agreed at once, urging the young operative to prioritize getting his wounds properly tended to. As Ijin rested in the aftermath of the mission, his handler, Mr. Kong, approached and commended him for a job well done. The young mercenary's first thought was for the principal, and he was quickly informed that she was safe, though now worried about him. Mr. Kang's experienced eyes then fell upon Ijin's injured arm, from which he deduced that his operative had intentionally avoided using lethal force. Ijin confirmed this was a deliberate choice, stating that killing had been unnecessary, and then requested medical treatment. His final concern was for his family. He asked Mr. Kong to keep the entire incident a secret to spare them any worry. His handler readily agreed, suggesting a cover story of a minor traffic accident and giving his assurance that the SW Group would handle all the details. Within the opulent shadows of a dimly lit room, the mastermind contemplated the recent incident. The successful abduction of the VIP, he knew, had never been the true objective of the operation. The attack had been nothing more than a method for delivering a pointed message of warning to the SW Group. His ultimate goal was to make the corporation watch where they stepped, to force them to realize the trouble their relentless expansion could cause. Looming over the SW Corp representative, the antagonist confessed he never expected the company to have a beast on its payroll. With chilling certainty, he identified that very beast as Ijin the Mercenary. A dark regret laced his voice as he claimed that had he known Ijin was working for them, he would have handled things differently. He began to elaborate on his unspoken threat, but was abruptly cut off before he could finish. Despite the SW Corp representative's staunch denial of the claims, the antagonist remained unswayed. He coolly rejected the dismissal, insisting that he recognized the boy's eyes from a past encounter. He recounted how Ijin the Mercenary, a legendary figure, had suddenly gone off the grid 6 months ago, sparking wild rumors of his death or quiet retirement. The man expressed his utter disbelief at finding such an individual now working for a corporation like SW. The representative, desperate to deflect, could only feebly question why a top-class mercenary of such caliber would ever be found working as a mere bodyguard. Shin Dayeon confronted her security guard, questioning why he was on duty at all when he had been shot. The man insisted he was still capable of performing simple tasks despite his injury, but Dayeon ordered him to go home and rest, dismissing the impact his absence would have. The guard refused the command, stating he could not rest knowing the attack had happened on his day off. He then delivered a grim intelligence update, revealing that the culprits were untraceable foreign mercenaries, their client's identity thoroughly hidden behind a wall of multiple contacts. The recent, violent attempts on her and her sister Yona's lives replayed in Shin Dayeon's mind, a chilling reminder of their vulnerability. Yet, cutting through the fear was the memory of Ijin in action. What she had witnessed in his training was nothing compared to the lethal efficiency he had displayed in a real confrontation. His skills were far more impressive when unleashed. An incredulous scoff formed in her thoughts at the very notion that he could be some average teenager. The pieces clicked into place with a sudden, sharp clarity. It could only mean one thing. Her grandfather, the very man who had assigned the boy to her security detail, must have known exactly who and what Ijin truly was all along. Before a stunned Shin Dayeon, the wounded security guard recounted the brutal extent of Ijin's condition. He detailed how, during the recent fight, Ijin had suffered multiple fractured ribs, had his fingernails detached, and had endured a deep shoulder cut from a bullet. All of this, the guard explained, was sustained when Ijin fell from the kidnapper's escaping vehicle. A wave of disbelief washed over Dayeon. She could not fathom how it was possible for him to have fought with such ferocious effectiveness while so grievously wounded. Within the stark confines of his hospital room, a heavily bandaged Ijin Yu began to get dressed. His determined movements were cut short by a female attendant who confronted him, questioning why he was preparing to leave. Ijin calmly explained that he had not been home for 2 days. The attendant, however, insisted that he could not go, her voice firm as she reminded him of his serious injuries and the absolute necessity of further treatment. Despite his condition, Ijin stated he would rather recover at home, a decision Shin Dayeon angrily called rash as she demanded to know who had permitted it. With unnerving calm, Ijin simply replied that the doctor had approved his discharge. A moment of stunned silence passed before Dayeon challenged him again, questioning how he could possibly explain his visible injuries to his family. Without missing a beat, Ijin revealed his clever cover story. He would claim he got hurt during training. Dayeon could only marvel internally at his foresight, realizing with a start that he truly had an answer for everything. Within the quiet confines of his hospital room, Shin Dayeon requested a moment of privacy, dismissing a female attendant to be alone with Ijin. Once the door closed, leaving the two of them in solitude, she wasted no time in making her proposition. Dayeon directly offered Ijin a job to work for her upon his graduation. To persuade him, she then devalued his current position, asserting that there was nothing for him if he chose to stay with Yona and the SW Corporation. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Shin Dayeon questioned Yona's capacity to care for Ijin's future, pointing to her limited means. She then confidently asserted that she, in stark contrast, could absolutely guarantee him a safe and secure life. As Ijin attempted to interject with a question of his own, Dayeon cut him off, assuming his concern was purely financial. She quickly reassured him that the salary would be excellent, and there would be numerous side benefits as well. Prompted by a previous remark, Ijin Yu asked his grandfather to clarify what he had meant by him staying with Yona. The old man, warmly misinterpreting the nature of their relationship, inquired if the two of them were dating. From her own perspective, however, Shin Dayeon privately came to a different conclusion. It was merely Yona's one-sided crush. The conversation then shifted back to Ijin's future, as his grandfather gently encouraged him to accept the job offer, noting that securing such a good position right after graduation would undoubtedly make his family happy. With the weight of a decision before him, Ijin told his grandfather that he would think about the job offer he had received. In a gesture of gentle support, Yu Yongo placed a reassuring hand over Ijin's bandaged one, telling him not to feel pressured. The older man stressed that the most important factor should be what Ijin himself truly wanted to do. When asked about his hands, Ijin simply downplayed the injuries, dismissing them as nothing more than minor blisters. A quiet, concerned expression settled on his grandfather's face as he looked upon the boy. With a gentle tone, Yu Yongo asked his grandson if the security work he was currently doing was truly what he wanted for his future. He thoughtfully advised the boy that it was all right to change his course later on, should he find a new passion. Ijin listened in silence, his expression contemplative as his grandfather spoke. With a kind steadiness, Yu Yongo then promised to support him no matter what path he chose, and the young man was visibly moved by the unconditional assurance. Sensing the sudden weight in the air, Yu Yongo lightened the mood, remarking that he had heard it was common for high school seniors to worry about their careers. A subordinate delivered his report, informing the commander that Mercenary 032 had gone rogue without authorization. The man theorized that this sudden desertion was a direct consequence of 032 hearing that 001 Ijin had eliminated 006. Unmoved, the commander coldly dismissed the emotional reaction, stating that mercenaries could not be controlled by their feelings every time they lost a brother. This very sentiment, he concluded with a chilling detachment, was precisely why he believed family was absolutely useless. Deep within the concrete heart of the long-term parking garage, a silent confrontation unfolded. There, the unnamed antagonist stood opposite a representative of SW Corporation. No words passed between them, yet the space separating the two men thrummed with a heavy, unspoken challenge. The quiet walk home was shattered when she stumbled upon a fellow student being tormented in a narrow alleyway. Without a moment's hesitation, she bravely intervened, stepping forward to confront the lead bully directly. Just as the tension peaked, a mysterious foreign man emerged from the shadows, his intimidating presence alone causing the aggressors to flee. He claimed to be a simple tourist, lost and hungry, and her compassion moved her to offer him the food she carried. But her act of kindness was twisted into a moment of terror as the man dropped his disguise, his voice low as he asked if she was the sister of 001. A chilling designation from her brother's secret past that left her frozen in shock and fear. As the night settled, Ijin's sister made her way through a quiet alley, clutching a bag laden with triangle kimbap. She reflected that her hunger had perhaps gotten the better of her, leaving her with far too much food. Her thoughts were abruptly cut short when a looming figure came into view. A tall, mysterious foreigner stood leaning against the wall, his presence startling her in the dim light. A quiet realization dawned on her as she correctly guessed the man had not eaten, and with a kind heart, she stepped forward to offer him the kimbap. The debriefing commenced with Mr. Kong first acknowledging the significant injuries Ijin had sustained during the mission. In response, Ijin simply confirmed that he had been ordered to take the day off for his recovery. His handler then relayed the contents of the official report, which praised Ijin for having been really helpful in the rescue of Jia. Without hesitation, the young operative deflected the credit, humbly insisting that it was the leader of Security Team 2 who had truly done everything. During the debriefing, Ijin Yu recounted the mission's harrowing details, crediting the Security Team 2 leader entirely for the success. He explained how the man had tracked the targets, coordinated with police and other personnel, and ultimately created a diversion for their escape. Ijin described with grim respect how the team leader stayed behind alone, even after being shot, which allowed him to get the VIP to safety. He concluded humbly that he could not have accomplished the rescue without such support. His handler, Mr. Kong, acknowledged the leader's essential role but immediately pivoted, reaffirming that the official report clearly showed just how much Ijin himself had contributed. He finished the exchange with a stark reminder that the main objective was the VIP's safety, a goal which superseded any discussion of individual credit. As her two friends leaned into their fervent discussion, Ijin's sister felt a familiar weariness settle over her. The topic had grown overly serious, and a silent thought echoed in her mind. They always get so serious about this stuff. Her quiet detachment did not go unnoticed, and one of the girls paused to ask if something was wrong. Seizing the opportunity to escape, she feigned a glance at an incoming message, explaining that a friend named Jaehyung was waiting for her at a nearby game room. Her voice, a mix of concern and slight exasperation, carried over the phone as she spoke of her brother's injured hands and his friend Jaehyung's relentless insistence on playing games with him anyway. After the call concluded, she continued her walk down the street, the evening air settling around her. Her path took her past a restaurant, its warm light spilling onto the sidewalk and sparking a thoughtful idea. She considered buying some meat for Ijin, a nourishing meal to help him recover. Her contemplation was cut short, however, when two friends from school suddenly stopped her, their expressions questioning as they asked why her brother had been absent for the past few days. To her concerned friends, she casually explained away her brother's absence, mentioning only that Ijin had hurt his hands during a recent trip. A wave of relief washed over one girl, who exclaimed how fortunate it was that his handsome face had been spared any harm. A private thought crossed the sister's mind as she listened. It seemed her brother was becoming more and more popular at school. Her quiet musings were cut short, however, as her path led her toward a nearby alley where a tense confrontation was unfolding. A lead bully had another student cornered, aggressively delivering a chilling threat. In the quiet seclusion of a narrow alley, one student's aggressive voice cut through the air as he threatened another, noting with a sneer that there was no one around to help. His anger escalated, and he shot a hand out to grab the silent student by the collar, verbally abusing him for his lack of response. The bully's tirade continued, his own frustrations pouring out as he ranted about being walked all over by others. Yet, watching this all unfold was Ijin's sister. She assessed the aggressor and came to a firm conclusion. He seemed like the type who might listen to reason, solidifying her decision to step in. In a narrow alley, Ijin's sister came upon a tense standoff where a group of bullies had cornered a large foreign man. Caught off guard by her arrival, the lead bully quickly tried to lie, insisting that the man had been harassing them for food. As if to validate the false claim, the foreigner then mumbled a request for something to eat in broken Korean. Paying the aggressors no mind, Ijin's sister walked straight past them toward their victim. With a kind gesture, she then held out a pastry she had been carrying, offering it to the hungry man. In the narrow confines of an alley, Ijin's sister first ensured a cornered student was okay before she turned to face the threat. She stood protectively, a lone figure against the lead bully and his flanking friends. As the aggressor loomed menacingly, a large hand suddenly descended upon his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. The hand belonged to a tall, mysterious foreign man who had materialized behind the group. Utterly ignoring the tense standoff he had just interrupted, the stranger looked directly at Ijin's sister and asked if she would buy him some food. In the quiet confines of the alley, Ijin's sister extended a bag of food toward the mysterious foreign man sitting on the ground. Turning to leave, she thought to herself that he must have been desperately hungry. The stranger immediately began to eat, remarking with clear satisfaction that the simple meal had truly hit the spot. But as he finished, his expression shifted, his features hardening into a sharp, intense gaze that hinted he was far more than he appeared to be. In the quiet of the alley, the mysterious foreign man offered an apology for startling her, explaining that he was just desperately hungry. He quickly consumed the food she had given him, and she observed how ravenous he must have been to eat with such haste. He confessed his predicament. He had lost his wallet as soon as he'd arrived in the country and hadn't eaten for several days. She calmly advised him that he should have sought help from his embassy. A sudden realization of the late hour struck her, and her thoughts immediately went to her brother. Ijin would be waiting. With that, she turned and began to walk away, leaving the man behind. Walking through a dim alleyway after dark, Ijin's sister faltered upon hearing the unmistakable sounds of an assault as a student was threatened for money. Peeking cautiously around the corner, she witnessed a group of delinquents, their leader at the forefront, cornering a helpless classmate. A look of sheer determination hardened her features as she stepped out from the shadows, her voice ringing out with a command for them to stop their harassment. The lead bully turned, his expression twisting with annoyance at the interruption, and dismissively told her to leave. Just then, a towering, well-dressed foreign man appeared silently behind the sister, his sudden presence stunning the entire group as he commented in perfect English on the predicament she had just entered. Resting in the hospital bed, Ijin Yu's cracked phone displayed messages from friends asking him to come to school. His grandfather, Yu Yonggo, broke the quiet to confront him about downplaying the severity of his injuries, but to placate the older man, Ijin maintained that his wounds were just a minor scrape. Soon after, Yu Yonggo prepared to leave for work, telling Ijin he might be late and to go home without him. Ijin's cousin, Dayeon, then entered briefly to announce she was heading to school early. Once his family had departed, Ijin was left completely alone in the room, his gaze turning thoughtfully toward the window. A terse order flashed across a screen, its command absolute: eliminate the target and return to base immediately. Without a moment of hesitation, the assassin rose to their feet. They calmly and deliberately pulled a single, dark glove tied over their hand, a silent acknowledgement of the task ahead. Fully prepared, the mercenary turned and walked with a steady, determined purpose out of the room, their mission already underway. Within the stark confines of what appeared to be a training camp, Ijin Yu and a blonde mercenary stood poised for combat. In a blur of motion, the two adversaries charged at each other, their knives drawn and ready to strike. Blades met with a violent clash, locking them together in a fierce struggle for dominance. Fueled by a bitter rage, the blonde mercenary demanded to know if 001 remembered him, his question revealing a deep-seated personal motive for the attack. In stark contrast, Ijin remained utterly silent and focused, his expression cold and unreadable as the deadly confrontation intensified. Ijin Yu awoke in a hospital bed, the thought of more sleep a fleeting temptation before he pushed it aside. A firm resolve settled within him, it was time to get back to school. His grandfather, Yu Yonggo, quickly voiced his concern, telling the boy to rest more and stressing that his recovery was far more important than his studies. Sometime after, following a phone call, Yu Yonggo informed Ijin that he would have to work late, as he had agreed to cover a colleague's shift. As Shin Dayeon announced to her family that she was heading off to school early, Ijin Yu sat in the quiet stillness of his own home, alone on the couch. He lifted his phone, the screen glowing with messages from his friends, each one asking if he would be coming to school that day. After reading their words, he quietly placed the device back down, a thoughtful expression settling over him as he stared into the silence. Messages from his school friends lit up the phone screen, asking if he was coming to school, wondering if he would join their team for a game. The device was held tightly in a scarred hand, a quiet testament to a life far removed from classrooms and friendly competition. He was, in truth, lying in a hospital bed, the clear tube of N4 drip attached to his arm. As he silently read the mundane words from their world, Ijin's expression remained unreadable, a stark and silent gulf separating his brutal reality from the innocence of their questions. High above the city streets, the blonde mercenary watched from a rooftop as Ijin departed from the hospital. The moment the car pulled away, he launched into a relentless pursuit, a shadow running and leaping across the urban expanse. He knew his target's routine perfectly. The predictable trip to school was a well-studied pattern. The thought triggered a painful memory, a vision of himself, broken and grieving over a still, covered body. That raw anguish resurfaced, twisting his features into a mask of cold rage as he silently vowed to kill his target. In a desolate, snow-covered wasteland, Ijin Yu stood against the biting cold. A ghost from his past emerged from the white expanse, the blonde mercenary from the camp, who confronted him, his voice sharp as he called Ijin by his old designation, 001. Ijin calmly rejected the identity forced upon him, stating that he was no longer the man known by that number. The words ignited a furious rage in the mercenary, who lunged forward, screaming that Ijin had killed his brother. With lethal grace, Ijin expertly dodged the mercenary's initial kick before blocking a subsequent flurry of powerful punches. He then parried an attack, swiftly seizing his aggressor's arm to prepare a decisive counter. From the deep shadows, a blonde figure emerged, their voice cutting through the silence to greet Ijin after what had been a long time. The mercenary confessed their own shock, admitting they had been startled to realize the very person they were tailing was Ijin himself. They explained that their success in tracking him came from exploiting one of his old habits, a secret known only to them from their shared past as 006. With this truth laid bare, the mercenary questioned Ijin's purpose, coldly deducing that he could not be on an official mission, as the camp would never send him to complete a job that they had already failed. The blonde mercenary vehemently rejected Ijin's past authority, declaring that he was no longer their leader. From this insubordination, a stark understanding dawned on Ijin: the man had to be acting without any official orders from the camp. The mercenary, however, scornfully dismissed the deduction, branding Ijin a traitor and insisting that such circumstances were irrelevant. The truth then spilled forth, raw and full of hate, as the mercenary revealed his true motivation. This was not about orders, it was a personal vendetta. Ijin, he confessed, had killed his only remaining family member, the very person who had been his sole protector within the confines of that hellish camp. Ijin's eyes opened in a hospital bed, the screen of his phone glowing with worried text messages from his school friends. His grandfather, Yu Yonggo, entered the room and told him to rest, explaining that the family would be occupied with work and school. However, the moment his grandfather departed, any intention of recovery was abandoned. Ijin, dressed in his own clothes, discreetly left the hospital, and began making his way to the SW Group building. With a furious cry of "Die!" the blonde mercenary lunged forward with his knife, certain that his target was too injured to fight back. Yet, Ijin simply sidestepped the clumsy attack, causing the surprised man to stumble past him. Before the assailant could recover, Ijin seized the knife-wielding arm and twisted it, disarming him in an instant. Continuing the fluid motion, he drove a powerful elbow directly into the mercenary's face. The man was thrown hard to the ground, utterly defeated, as Ijin stood over him, having asserted complete control of the situation. A blonde mercenary stood over the injured Ijin, a knife held ready in his hand. The mercenary began to taunt him, mocking his weakened condition. Unfazed, Ijin questioned his attacker, asking if he had reported back to the camp. The man scoffed at the question, sneering as he called Ijin by his old designation, 001, and declared that he was no longer their leader. Disguised in unassuming medical attire, a blonde mercenary loomed over the hospital bed, raising a syringe to strike the sleeping Ijin Yu. But just as the needle neared its target, the illusion of vulnerability vanished. Ijin's eyes snapped open, revealing he had been aware of the threat all along. With lightning-fast precision, his hand shot out to seize the attacker's wrist, stopping the deadly syringe just short of his neck. In the single, fluid motion that followed, he threw the surprised mercenary over his shoulder, sending them crashing to the floor, completely disarmed. Amid the distant concern of a family member wondering if he had eaten breakfast, Ijin Yu sat alone on a park bench, lost in a moment of quiet contemplation. The tranquility was shattered when a hostile-looking man, number 032, emerged from behind a tree and began a purposeful walk in his direction. Sensing the approach, Ijin calmly turned his head to face the threat, his expression betraying no surprise. The man came to a halt, his menacing figure looming over the still-seated Ijin as their direct confrontation began. With an intense, unwavering gaze, Ijin Yu loomed over the defeated form of number 032. He addressed his captive, his voice low as he stated he would ask his question one last time. Despite his position, number 032 responded with pure defiance, questioning why number 001 was suddenly asking so much. His defiance then ignited into raw fury, and he declared he would never give information to a traitor, venomously accusing Ijin of betraying them and killing number 006. Splayed upon the ground, the defeated mercenary, number 032, snarled his defiance, yelling that his opponent would get no answers from him. Ijin stood over the man, listening impassively to the refusal. With the interrogation deemed fruitless, he silently turned and began to walk away. Left alive on the cold floor, number 032 could only look on, his expression shifting to one of utter shock and confusion as his victor departed without either pressing for information or delivering a final blow. From his position on a public bench, Ijin Yu observed a group of bullies as they harassed a lone young man. A moment of eye contact passed between the victim and Ijin, who then rose to his feet and began a steady approach toward the confrontation. The aggressors turned to face him, questioning his advance, but Ijin offered no verbal reply. Instead, he simply stared at them, his gaze cold and impossibly intense. Under the weight of his silent, unnerving demeanor, the bullies were swiftly intimidated, abandoning their target and fleeing from the area. From the shadows above, a figure descended, landing in a coiled, ready stance before Ijin Yu. It was number 032, his voice cutting through the quiet as he immediately confronted his old comrade, questioning whether this was about loyalty to the camp or revenge for someone named Ug. As the verbal assault continued, Ijin remained utterly silent and impassive, his face a mask of stone. The accusations escalated, the air growing thick with venom as number 032 snarled at him, calling him a traitorous dog. Still, Ijin did not react, his calm, observant expression holding steady, allowing a heavy tension to settle between them in the charged standoff. In a shadowed alley, a group of bullies had cornered the young man, demanding his money. Just as the situation grew tense, the student's expression shifted to one of profound relief as he recognized Ijin Yu's approach. The bullies needed no warning. Confronted by Ijin's silent and imposing presence alone, they immediately abandoned their shakedown and fled. Overflowing with gratitude, the rescued young man thanked his savior and tried to offer him the very money he had almost lost. Ijin, however, simply placed a reassuring hand on the student's shoulder, told him it was unnecessary, and continued on his way without a second glance. In the narrow confines of an alley, a young man was knocked to the ground, surrounded by bullies demanding his money. Just as their assault continued, a new presence materialized behind them. Ijin Yu had arrived, his sudden appearance halting their actions completely. A wave of recognition washed over the thugs, their bravado instantly dissolving into raw terror as they remembered him from a previous confrontation. They offered immediate apologies, but Ijin cut them short with a single, cold command, "Get lost." They fled without a second's hesitation. The grateful young man rose to his feet, thanking his savior profusely and attempting to offer him payment, but Ijin refused the money, leaving him with only a quiet word of advice to be careful. While Ijin Yu coolly spoke into his phone, he instructed his handler, Mr. Kong, to text over the physical description and location of his next target. Not far away, the defeated mercenary, number 032, lay injured upon the ground. A chilling realization washed over him as he understood that Ijin had been holding back. His life had been spared multiple times only because his opponent had been distracted by asking questions. He marveled that Ijin had grown even stronger since their days at the camp, a feat accomplished while supposedly in hiding. As his thoughts swirled, number 032 voiced his confusion, wondering aloud if Ijin was still truly acting out of loyalty to their old organization. Still at the sight of his recent battle, Ijin mulled over his defeated opponent's strange fixation. He couldn't shake the question of why number 032 had been so obsessed with whether he was there to avenge number 006. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought, concluding it was far simpler to just eliminate an assassin than to waste time questioning their motives. He turned and left the area, walking through a public space until his path was interrupted. Nearby, a group of bullies had spotted the very young man he had previously protected, calling out to him and initiating a brand new confrontation. Ijin Yu watched as the all-too-familiar situation unfolded. A group of bullies had once again cornered the young man. As the victim's face fell with despair, one of the tormentors finally noticed Ijin's imposing presence and urgently advised his group to back off. Gripped by a sudden and overwhelming intimidation, the bullies immediately abandoned their target and fled without a single physical confrontation taking place. In a narrow alleyway, Ijin Yu's gaze fell upon a young man being cornered by a group of aggressors. The moment the bullies noticed his arrival, however, their bravado vanished, replaced by a palpable fear of the silent figure before them. A silent, mutual understanding passed between them, and the frightened youths quickly turned and fled. Left alone with his savior, the young man, whom Ijin had rescued once before, bowed deeply in gratitude. He then desperately offered all the money he had as a down payment, promising to pay back the rest. Ijin simply refused the money, his quiet demeanor expressing a clear concern for the other man's own well-being. The young man Ijin had previously helped offered him a handful of cash, a sincere gesture of repayment. Ijin gently waved it away, explaining that he hadn't expected anything in return and that the boy should keep the money for his own expenses. The youth insisted, however, arguing that it was proper to repay someone for their help, regardless of one's own financial situation. Their polite standoff was abruptly cut short by an unfamiliar voice asking for Ijin's age. The speaker was revealed to be a female traveler, who then approached him with a warm, friendly smile. Upon discovering that Ijin was also 17, a friendly young traveler's face lit up as she eagerly suggested they become friends. Curious, she wondered aloud if he was from overseas or perhaps with a group. A flicker of surprise, quickly followed by genuine admiration, crossed her features when he revealed he was traveling alone. Her questions continued, asking just how many countries he had visited, and Ijin's nonchalant estimate of over 20 only deepened her awe. The girl beamed, assuming he must possess a deep love for travel to have seen so much of the world. Her innocent words hung in the air, and in the space that followed, Ijin remained utterly still, his stoic expression a mask that betrayed nothing of the violent memories her simple assumption had stirred within him. With the call concluded, Ijin Yu had given his final instruction to his handler, Mr. Kong, send all available information on the target. He had scarcely disconnected when an unfamiliar female traveler approached him from behind, striking up a conversation by asking if he, too, was journeying by himself. Noting that they were both solitary travelers, she then boldly suggested they should become friends for the duration of their trip. A chilling realization settled within Ijin as he processed the fact that his adversary, number 002, was aware of his protection target, Shin Dayeon. The enemy pressed his advantage, probing for intelligence with a pointed question about the length of Ijin's stay in Korea. Suddenly, the tense standoff was interrupted by the small girl holding his hand. With innocent curiosity, she remarked that they must live nearby to have met again. In a masterful display of control, Ijin deflected the child's assumption while reinforcing his cover, calmly stating that his school was in the area and thus simultaneously managing the threat before him and the innocent beside him. A sudden, chilling instinct flared as Ijin Yu walked beside the unnamed girl, his expression hardening as he cast a sharp glance over his shoulder. They were being followed. He halted abruptly, his arm shooting out to hold the girl back protectively as his eyes locked onto the figure standing ahead of them, number 002. With quiet urgency, Ijin directed the girl to find safety at the convenience store across the street. Only after she had run off did he turn, his full, undivided attention settling upon his former comrade as a silent, heavy tension descended upon them both. The air grew heavy as number 002 arrived, confronting Ijin Yu with a singular, burning purpose, revenge for the presumed death of their comrade, number 006. Unfazed by the raw fury before him, Ijin calmly stood his ground, shielding the young girl who believed him to be her brother. It was then that he spoke, unraveling the truth that stopped the vengeful mercenary cold. Ijin explained that he had never betrayed their comrade, instead, he had faked number 006's death, engineering a desperate escape from their inescapable life as mercenaries. Stunned by this reality, all aggression abandoned number 002. His mission of vengeance now meaningless, he simply turned and walked away, the confrontation dissolving as quickly as it had begun. A sharp regret pierced the tense form of Ijin Yu as he grappled with having drawn the innocent girl into the heart of the dangerous confrontation. His adversary, the man designated number 002, finally broke the silence, addressing Ijin by his old codename, 001, and proposing they take their conflict elsewhere. The man acknowledged the girl was nothing more than an uninvolved civilian, a fact that did little to quell the immediate danger. Frightened and confused by the suffocating standoff, the young girl looked toward Ijin and asked what was going on. With raw hostility, number 002 confronted Ijin, whose expression was one of pure confusion at the sudden aggression. Witnessing the tense standoff, a young girl broke into a run, heading directly for the two men. The assailant's gaze remained fixed on Ijin's face, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he remarked with chilling familiarity that he had seen that look before. In the next instant, the girl reached them, her hand closing around Ijin's arm as she anxiously asked if he was hurt. The contact shattered the moment. Ijin looked down at her in shock, his focus instantly torn from his adversary and drawn to the vulnerable child who had just placed herself in the center of the conflict. A young girl bravely tried to intervene, claiming Ijin was her brother and that this was all a misunderstanding. Her plea was utterly dismissed. Number 002 confronted Ijin directly, accusing 001 of murdering their comrade, number 006, only to hypocritically play family with a child. Against this seething accusation, Ijin remained calm as he refuted the charge. He then revealed the staggering truth: number 006 was not dead. Ijin had deliberately let him escape. The revelation struck number 002 with such force that he was left stunned into silence, the entire foundation for his revenge instantly collapsing. The confrontation began with number 002's sharp inquiry, questioning Ijin's disguise and noting how the girl genuinely believed he was her brother. Ijin, however, refused to offer any explanation, demanding that number 002 answer his own questions first. The tables turned as Ijin launched a piercing interrogation, asking if his old comrade had shared intelligence with the camp to track him down. He pressed deeper, demanding to know if this pursuit was born of personal revenge or a continued, misguided loyalty to their former masters. As number 002 grew visibly frustrated by the relevance and repetition of the questions, Ijin answered his outburst with nothing but a tense and unwavering silence, leaving the standoff hanging, unresolved, in the heavy air between them. Before the unblinking gaze of his target, number 002 revealed the truth of his desertion. He had left the camp without permission the moment he learned Ijin had killed number 006. This was not official business, he clarified, but a personal mission to avenge the death of the only family he had ever known, a truth he had been forced to hide from the others simply to survive. Ijin, however, coolly challenged this proclaimed bond, stating that the two men had never been particularly close. The assertion struck a chord of truth, and number 002 was forced to concede the point. He admitted that his own powerful feelings of vengeance were unexpected, as they had only ever spent time together during training or on missions. A flicker of doubt entered his mind, and he began to question if revenge was even his true motivation. After the tense moment subsided, Ijin Yu confessed the truth: he had faked number 006's death and orchestrated his disappearance. He explained this was done so that neither number 002 nor the camp would ever be able to find him. With this stunning revelation, it all clicked into place for number 002. He realized Ijin's earlier questions had been a calculated test of his allegiance. Ijin confirmed this, stating he needed to be absolutely certain that number 002 was no longer loyal to their former masters before sharing such a dangerous secret. The risk, he clarified, was immense, as a truly indoctrinated operative would have immediately reported the escaped number 006, having been taught that even the bonds of family meant nothing when compared to the mission. In the suffocating confines of the alleyway, Ijin Yu and number 002 were locked in a tense standoff. Seething with visible anger, number 002 began his verbal assault, interrogating Ijin about his new life. Ijin met the hostility with unnerving calm, his reply measured and simple: he had merely come back home. The answer did little to quell the rage of his former comrade. Number 002 pointed an aggressive, accusatory finger past Ijin toward the girl standing behind him, his voice laced with venom as he directly challenged the cover story, demanding to know if she was truly his sister. With an air of surprise, number 002 questioned Ijin about his memory, which he now knew had returned. Ijin confirmed it had come back recently, though he carefully added that his recollections were still hazy. Seizing upon this, number 002 leveled an accusation, demanding to know if this was the real reason he had betrayed the camp. After a deliberate pause, Ijin denied it, stating that his betrayal was born from an inability to continue obeying the organization's orders. Abruptly changing tactics, number 002 then pressed him on a new matter, demanding to know how he had met Dayeon. Ijin confronted number 002, his words cutting through the tense air as he challenged the other man to consider what fate would have truly befallen number 006 had he been dragged back to the camp. The heavy implication was clear: their comrade would not have survived such an ordeal. Yet, refusing to believe it, an emotional number 002 hurled back his own anguished accusation, insisting that it was Ijin, and Ijin alone, who had killed number 006. As Dayeon strolled with two male friends, one cheerfully commented on her popularity, but their light-hearted walk came to an abrupt halt. Ahead of them stood Ijin, and while Dayeon's face lit up with joy at seeing her brother, her companions grew instantly wary of the imposing stranger beside him. One of the boys was particularly terrified, frozen by 032's intense and threatening demeanor. To explain his presence, 032 concocted a cover story about his sister being helped by Dayeon, a tale that left her completely confused. After the awkward parting, her friends couldn't help but comment on how truly scary the man had looked. Once they were alone, 032 turned to Ijin and quietly remarked that his sister was a lot like him. From 032's perspective, this was the truly unsettling side of Ijin Yu. The man's calm demeanor was paradoxically far more intense than any fury he unleashed in a fight. A heavy silence stretched between them as they sat across from one another, the tension mounting with each passing moment. At last, it was Ijin who broke the stillness, his voice cutting through the quiet to ask a single, crucial question: was 006 okay? The fact that his brother, 006, had attempted to kill Ijin mattered little to 032, he dismissed the act, focusing only on the simple truth that 006 was alive. He then confronted Ijin directly, questioning why his word should be believed when he was known as a traitor to the camp. Ijin's response was immediate and certain: he trusted 032 because he had never once lied to their fellow mercenaries. He then elaborated on this conviction, explaining that he knew 032's true loyalty had always been with his comrades, the ones who had suffered through the hellish training together. The betrayal, Ijin affirmed, was against the camp itself, not the brothers-in-arms forged within it. A sudden understanding dawned on Ijin Yu. That explains it, he stated, prompting 032 to ask for clarification. Ijin recounted the desperate day of his escape, revealing that while the entire camp was mobilized to find him, his former comrade 006 and a few others had deliberately been anything but thorough in their search. He admitted with grim certainty that if they had truly been committed to the hunt, he would never have made it out alive. The weight of the revelation settled upon 032, who concluded that those mercenaries, his brother 006 included, must have hated the camp far more than they ever hated Ijin. A flicker of hope ignited as Ijin asked if he could contact 006, but 032 quickly extinguished it, explaining that it was not possible until 006 made the first move. A quiet offer to help 006 make contact was met with 032's firm refusal. Simply knowing his brother lived was enough. He reflected on their distant relationship, guessing it was the reason 006 had never revealed he was alive, and grimly lamented that he had almost been killed by Ijin over the misunderstanding. Then, the truth was laid bare. Ijin himself, 032 explained, was the very reason 006 had concealed his survival. The camp would have viciously exploited their connection to harm them both. For this reason, 006 was meticulously erasing any trace that could lead their captors back to Ijin, should his own existence ever be discovered. The depth of that loyalty was staggering, as 032 revealed his brother had been willing to die rather than execute any escape that would have put Ijin in danger. With a grave tone, 032 revealed a chilling truth: the camp was actively ensuring no one outside its inner circle discovered that Ijin was still alive. He elaborated that this deliberate cover-up meant only a handful of upper digits knew the secret, a restriction that prevented the organization from ever launching a full-scale search. 032 then highlighted the stark irony of the situation. The camp was forced to hide the very survival of its top soldier, a man they simultaneously considered a traitor. Ijin absorbed this critical intelligence in silence before finally looking at his comrade and asking how he had managed to find this information out. With the stark understanding that their actions had all been because of 006, the conversation concluded. Mercenary 032 turned to leave, his back now to Ijin. As he walked away, he explained that he would make several stops on his return, scattering false trails to ensure no one would ever know of their meeting. After he departed, all that was left was the sight of an empty city street, cloaked in the silence of the night. From afar, Ijin Yu's gaze rested upon Dayeon, his features settling into an uncharacteristically soft expression. The quiet moment was broken by 032, who, after observing Ijin's face, remarked that Dayeon must truly be his sister and questioned if he would say goodbye to her before his own departure. A thought then crystallized in Ijin's mind: she had helped him, and for that, he should thank her. With his decision made, he began to walk toward his sister, leaving 032 behind. As Dayeon returned to Ijin, she brought two of her male friends along with her. One of them immediately commented that Dayeon had always been popular with guys, a sentiment his companion readily agreed with. The second friend turned to Ijin, stating directly that his sister was pretty and that many students had harbored a crush on her. Following this, the first boy confessed his initial misjudgment, admitting that he had thought the person who had just left was some weird kid trying to hit on her. Within the oppressive shadows of a dark alley, an unnamed mercenary confronted Ijin Yu, scornfully questioning his belief that he could ever escape the camp. The man punctuated his anger over the trouble Ijin had caused by pointing a gun directly at him. To the attacker's surprise, Ijin calmly replied that he never expected the organization to simply let him go. His composure only fueled the mercenary's rage, who snarled that Ijin was an arrogant traitor who deserved to die. The standoff reached its peak as the assassin took deliberate aim at Ijin's head, preparing to fire his weapon and end it all. In the deep shadows of a nighttime alley, Ijin's meeting with his ally, 032, came to its conclusion. With their business finished, 032 turned and walked away, leaving Ijin to stand alone in the darkness. A moment later, a familiar, cheerful voice cut through the quiet. Dayeon, walking nearby with two male friends, had spotted him and happily called out his name. The brief, pleasant reunion was shattered in an instant, however, as an unknown man emerged from the alley's mouth just behind them. He was revealed to be a hostile mercenary who, with chilling speed, drew a silenced pistol and took aim directly at Ijin. From the shadows, a mercenary confronted Ijin Yu, pressing the cold muzzle of a gun directly against the back of his head. Unfazed by the imminent threat, Ijin calmly advised the man to lower his weapon. The warning was ignored. Instead, the gunman demanded to know why he had ran off instead of calling for backup, his accusation hanging heavy in the air. All the while, other members of the mercenary team continued their search nearby, completely unaware that their comrade had already found the very man they were hunting, the one they had branded a traitor. Standing within the narrow confines of an alley, Ijin Yu questioned the unseen figure, asking what they were doing there. The man, an unnamed mercenary, revealed himself and stated coldly that he was there on business. In a swift, deliberate motion, he raised a silenced pistol, the muzzle finding its mark as he aimed directly at Ijin's head. With his lethal intent made clear, the mercenary declared that he had come to teach Ijin a lesson. Looming over the injured Ijin, the figure known as number 002 delivered a final, chilling ultimatum to return to their organization, the camp. The offer was rejected without hesitation, and in a flash of fury, number 002 lunged downward with a knife, intent on delivering a killing blow. Yet, in a swift and desperate motion, Ijin evaded the strike, his own hand lashing out with a shard of glass that sliced cleanly across his pursuer's throat. As his attacker collapsed lifelessly behind him, Ijin stood victorious but wounded, caught in the sudden, blinding glare of headlights. A black van had pulled up, its arrival signaling that his support had, at last, arrived. In the tense aftermath of the ambush, a wounded Ijin Yu faced his assailant, number 002, and demanded to know his intentions. The attacker confessed his plan was to take care of Ijin, seizing the opportunity now that their superior, 006, was no longer present to interfere. With chilling calm, Ijin taunted his foe, verbally deconstructing his bravado and correctly deducing that he had been too terrified of 006 to act any sooner. The accusation hung in the air, that number 002 was nothing more than a coward for resorting to an attack from the shadows. Enraged by the stinging accuracy of the insults, number 002's composure finally shattered as he prepared to retaliate. Looming over the wounded Ijin, the assassin number 002 raised his blade, poised to deliver the final, killing blow. Yet, as the weapon plunged downward, Ijin dodged at the last possible instant, the steel burying itself in the earth just beside his head. With no hesitation, he seized the assassin's arm, twisting it with vicious force that sent the knife spinning into the air. In a single, unbroken motion, Ijin caught the airborne weapon and plunged his foe's own blade deep into his chest, bringing the brutal confrontation to a decisive end. Reeling from their physical exchange, Ijin Yu weathered a bitter taunt from his adversary. Number 002's deep-seated resentment poured forth as he condemned the special treatment afforded to Ijin and the other elite numbers, venomously branding them arrogant and useless for having defied the camp. Unfazed, Ijin coolly retorted, dissecting the tirade with chilling precision. He suggested his opponent's rage was merely jealousy and that if he truly had a problem, he should have simply become as skilled as they were. The psychological attack had been masterfully reversed, leaving a look of cold, unwavering determination on Ijin's face. Bleeding from a serious wound, Ijin Yu faced down his opponent, his voice steady as he declared that it was number 002 who would be the one to die. He loomed over the downed man, raising a makeshift weapon high for the final strike. With a single, brutal swing, Ijin brought the weapon down on number 002's head, ending the fight with decisive finality. As he stood exhausted over the body of his defeated adversary, a van suddenly pulled into the alleyway, its headlights cutting through the gloom to illuminate Ijin in the stark aftermath of the battle. In the rain-slicked darkness of the alley, an injured Ijin Yu pressed himself against a cold wall, his hand clutching a bloodied knife. Through the downpour, the assassin, number 002, stalked his prey, his voice a chilling taunt that Ijin could not get far in such a wounded state. Following the crimson trail left on the wet ground, number 002 continued his psychological assault, attempting to lure his target from the shadows with the false promise of a quick death. As Ijin Yu stood over the defeated form of number 002, a van screeched to a halt. The door slid open, and Ijin's handler, Mr. Kong, exited, striding purposefully toward the wounded protagonist. Seeing the boy's weakened state, he swiftly helped the barely standing Ijin to his feet. Mr. Kong then supported the severely injured youth, leading him away toward the van for extraction. From a distance, Shin Dayeon watched the entire professional and mysterious interaction unfold. A shocked and suspicious expression overtook her features, her confusion about Ijin's true identity deepening with every calculated move she witnessed. Shin Dayeon arrived to find a scene of brutal finality. On the ground lay the defeated form of number 002, while a severely injured Ijin was held upright by the steadying presence of Mr. Kong. Stunned by the violence, she finally confronted the boy she thought she knew, the words tumbling from her in disbelief, "Who the hell are you?" Ijin offered no answer, his gaze locking onto hers with a silent, heavy intensity as Mr. Kong guided him toward a waiting van. The door slid shut with grim finality, and the vehicle drove away, leaving a shocked Dayeon to stand frozen and alone in the cold rain, forced to process the terrifying truth she had just witnessed. Through the pouring rain, a van pulled into the alley, its headlights illuminating the heavily wounded Ijin Yu as he stood over the defeated form of number 002. Mr. Kong rushed from the driver's side to Ijin's aid, a frantic movement observed by Shin Dayeon from her nearby car, her expression a mask of pure shock. He supported the stumbling youth, carefully guiding him toward the open door of the extraction vehicle. Dayeon could only watch in utter disbelief as Mr. Kong helped her cousin disappear into the van, the lingering questions about his true identity intensifying into a storm within her mind. Pinned to the ground, Ijin Yu endured the relentless assault as number 002 drove a blade into his shoulder again and again, vowing aloud to take his head back to the camp. Even as the steel tore into him, Ijin's free hand clawed at the earth, gathering a fistful of dirt and sand. With a desperate heave, he flung the gritty mixture directly into his attacker's face. As number 002 reeled back, blinded and in pain, Ijin surged upward, slamming his forehead into his opponent's chin with a vicious headbutt. The stunning impact sent number 002 stumbling backward, creating a crucial opening. In that instant, Ijin's hand shot to his own wound, his fingers wrapping firmly around the handle of the knife still buried in his flesh, preparing to retaliate. With his body battered and bleeding, Ijin Yu finally collapsed to his knees just as a support van screeched to a halt beside him. The door slid open and Mr. Kong emerged, his expression grim as he strode forward to assess the young mercenary's severe injuries. Without a moment of hesitation, Mr. Kong hoisted the incapacitated Ijin onto his shoulder, turning to carry him away for immediate medical aid. Left standing alone in the aftermath, a stunned Shin Dayeon watched them go, her mind reeling as she tried to process the impossible event while her sister's mysterious words about Ijin echoed with a terrifying new significance. As number 002 lay defeated upon the ground, he hurled taunts at his victor, questioning what had caused Ijin to change so drastically and speculating that a recovered memory had simply revealed his true, weaker self. Ignoring the bitter monologue, Ijin silently moved through the rubble and picked up a sharp piece of rebar. He seized the opening and decisively impaled the man through the chest, ending the fight in a final, brutal motion. At that exact moment, a black van pulled up, its headlights cutting through the darkness to illuminate Ijin standing over the body. Behind the wheel sat Mr. Kong, while from the passenger seat, a shocked Shin Dayeon stared at the grim conclusion. Over the phone, an official's voice reached Ijin, confirming that the fugitive he had delivered, number 002, was indeed an international criminal sought by many nations. The man then affirmed that Ijin's request would be honored to the letter. Number 002 was destined to live out his days imprisoned, completely isolated from society. For handling the arrangements, Ijin offered his quiet thanks. The official correctly surmised that this matter was tied to Ijin's past, a truth the young man simply confirmed. As a final gesture of respect, the official then extended a personal offer of assistance, pledging his help should Ijin ever require it in the future. He still couldn't quite believe it. The unexpected call for help had culminated in this, a serious criminal, dropped right into his lap. As he spoke into the phone with his superior, his eyes scanned the area, lingering on the fresh bullet marks that riddled the nearby walls, stark evidence of the firefight that had taken place. He confirmed that the captive, number 002, was currently being processed and that arrangements were already underway for a transfer. The fugitive would be sent to an international prison. With practiced efficiency, Ijin Yu pressed a dressing to number 002's bleeding wound. He informed the defeated man that he knew of a safe place where proper medical treatment could be administered. As he continued to wrap the bandage, Ijin clarified that this was merely temporary first aid, emphasizing that the injury was severe enough to require professional medical attention. A heavy skepticism settled over Ijin Yu as he questioned number 002's stated intention to return to camp. He bluntly reminded his former comrade that the very leadership they once served had issued a direct order for his elimination. Yet, number 002 calmly speculated that the command must have had specific conditions attached, theorizing that their recent attacker had acted impulsively, driven by a personal grudge against the numbers rather than a formal directive. With a chilling resolve, he then revealed his true, perilous plan. He would go back to camp and directly question the leadership, demanding to know the reason for his own death order. With cold certainty, number 002 laid out the grim logic of his gamble. His entire plan hinged on a single, crucial fact: to the camp, Ijin was already dead. Why, he argued, would they execute him simply for searching for a ghost? He even factored in Ijin's own deep-seated hatred for the numbers, believing that very animosity would lend credibility to his return and improve his odds. There was, he concluded, no other viable path forward. To simply go into hiding was not a solution but a delayed death sentence, for the camp would inevitably hunt him down, a relentless pursuit that could ultimately lead them to the one truth he had to protect, that Ijin was, in fact, still alive. With a final, firm assurance, Ijin told number 002 that if the plan succeeded, he would personally ensure the camp could never track him. He explained how this, combined with the false trail he had already left as OOG, would keep their pursuers occupied for a great deal of time. As number 002 turned and walked away into the distance, Ijin silently wished him well on the dangerous journey that lay ahead. His thoughts concluded with a final, earnest hope that the man would not only survive but also successfully protect the precious real life he had made for himself. Against the backdrop of the city lights, Ijin Yu approached the solitary figure of number 002, who sat perched on the rooftop's very edge. The young mercenary explained his presence as nothing more than just an errand. Hearing this, number 002 turned to face him, his voice cutting through the night to question if Ijin should be out at all, pointedly inquiring about the state of his injury. The questions were met with a heavy, stoic silence. Ijin offered no answer, his expression unchanging in the cool night air. With a meeting looming on her schedule, the woman made a point to approach Ijin, extending an invitation for him to eat with her and the team. A subordinate noted the special effort she was making. To her mild surprise, Ijin politely declined the offer, explaining that he had to go straight home for a family dinner. A flicker of amusement crossed her face at being turned down, but she readily accepted his reason, acknowledging the importance of his family plans. As Ijin finished his excuse for their delayed meeting, the woman calmly extended an offer for a part-time job. His rejection was immediate and blunt, cutting through the air with startling finality. The abruptness of his refusal sparked a flicker of doubt within her. She began to question his true motives, suddenly suspecting he was there for reasons other than employment. With a newfound wariness, she turned and called out for a subordinate named Red. The subordinate's gaze fell upon a get-well-soon card, and he commented to his superior that the team member got along well with everyone. He then shifted his focus, asking the ma'am if she truly intended to place Ijin on Siaha Cha's security detail. She confirmed it was her plan, justifying the sudden assignment by referencing the recent stalker incident involving Siaha. To downplay the danger, she described the role as nothing more than simple escort duty and then asked for her subordinate's opinion on the matter. He agreed with her assessment without hesitation, and just like that, Ijin's new assignment was solidified. Under the night sky, Ijin Yu stood alone on the balcony, his gaze fixed upon the sprawling city lights below. His solitude was soon interrupted as his grandfather, Yu Yonggo, approached from behind. The elder explained that he, too, was simply getting some fresh air, his voice cutting through the quiet evening before he mentioned that Daeon's birthday was fast approaching. At the news, Ijin turned from the cityscape to finally face his grandfather. With a sigh, Yu Yonggo admitted his difficulty, confessing to Ijin that he never knew what to get for his granddaughter, Daeon, at her age. He then turned directly to the boy, asking plainly if he knew what Daeon liked or what her hobbies might be. In response, Ijin simply stared back, his face a silent, expressionless mask. The stillness stretched on, his unwavering gaze sharpening as his mind worked to process such a simple, domestic question. With purposeful steps, Ijin Yu approached the woman, whose expression shifted to one of surprised curiosity upon seeing him. He inquired simply about the offer she had made, a vague question that brought a playful glint to her eyes. Feigning a misunderstanding, she pretended to consult a busy schedule as if he were asking her to dinner. Unfazed, Ijin clarified his true intentions, specifying that he was referring not to a social invitation, but to the part-time job. Her playful demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by genuine surprise as he formally asked if the position was still available. With the offer finalized, the woman extended a business card toward Ijin Yu, the name SW Security clear upon its surface. Her instructions were direct, leaving no room for question. He was to report to JHS Studio the following day, precisely at 4 p.m., where his new job would officially begin. Lost in the glow of his phone, one student was so engrossed that his friend had to call out just to get his attention. Startled, the young man explained he had been reading an article about the famous actress, Sia Ha-cha. He eagerly elaborated that she had been cast as the lead in an upcoming television series, an adaptation of a very popular webtoon. Leaning in, he then shared a personal account of having seen her in person once, confessing with a hint of awe that she was incredibly attractive. Within the school's bustling halls, one student breathlessly informed his friend that he had seen the famous actress, Sia Ha-cha, during his part-time job. The friend, a longtime fan, lit up with excitement and pressed for details, wanting to know what she was truly like in real life. With an air of absolute awe, the first student swore she was even prettier in person, proclaiming her the most beautiful creature he had ever laid eyes on. Thoroughly impressed by this glowing account, the second student immediately asked to be told if that part-time job ever had an opening again. Upon being informed by the manager that the newcomer was a mere trainee, the lead bodyguard, Kyeolyung, approached Ijin Yu with an air of complete dismissal. He openly demeaned the youth, calling him a runt who was clearly unfit for the job and should simply go home. Ijin's terse, calm reply of understood, however, only seemed to antagonize the larger man. Escalating the confrontation, Kyeolyung aggressively clamped a hand down on Ijin's shoulder as he began to berate him. In a flash of movement that left him stunned, Kyeolyung found his own wrist seized by Ijin, whose speed and strength were utterly shocking. As a painful grip tightened around his arm, Ijin's voice remained perfectly level as he clarified that he was not a subordinate and issued a cold warning to refrain from any more unnecessary physical contact. Sensing the lead bodyguard's unspoken question, the manager acknowledged that his security team from the agency was already in place. She clarified that the new addition was from a different company, SW Corp., explaining that despite her own objections, the higher-ups had insisted on extra security due to their concerns over recent events. In an effort to soothe the man's professional pride, she then deliberately downplayed the new operative's competence, assuring him that he was just a trainee and would not be a hassle. Amidst the controlled chaos of the active film set where actress Sia Ha-cha was at work, the lead bodyguard, Kyeolyung, observed Ijin's quiet arrival. Turning to Sia's manager, he spoke with an air of condescending authority, framing the newcomer as nothing more than a trainee sent over by SW Corp to get some experience. With a dismissive tone, Kyeolyung promised he would personally keep Ijin in check and well out of their way. The manager, clearly sharing his skepticism about the young man's usefulness, expressed her sincere appreciation for the gesture. Amidst the tense conversation, Kyeolyung's voice dripped with contempt as he blamed Ijin's company for dispatching an amateur. He then declared that the very presence of a trainee like Ijin was demeaning to the profession. In the silence that followed the insult, the world seemed to shrink, focusing entirely on the young bodyguard's face. For a brief, almost imperceptible moment, Ijin's eyes narrowed, betraying the slightest flicker of a reaction to the provocation. Just as quickly, the emotion was gone. He simply lowered his gaze, maintaining a stoic composure and refusing to grant Kyeolyung's taunts the dignity of a verbal reply. Amidst the organized chaos of the bustling film set, Ijin Yu arrived, his calm gaze sweeping over the activity around him. From a distance, the actress Sia Ha-cha spotted the newcomer, turning to face him with an expression of clear surprise. Her voice cut through the low hum of the crew as she addressed him directly, asking if he was the bodyguard. A ripple of shock passed through the onlookers, with one audibly remarking that they had mistaken him for a celebrity. The surrounding murmurs faded, leaving Ijin and Sia standing face to face, their official, and entirely unexpected, first meeting finally at hand. Ijin Yu arrived at the door of the bustling film set, ready for his assignment. He was greeted not with a welcome, but with the scrutinizing gaze of Kyeolyung, the lead bodyguard from another agency. The man's eyes sized him up from head to toe before a dismissive scoff escaped his lips. With obvious reluctance, Kyeong granted him entry. As Ijin walked past, he could feel the weight of the security chief's glare, a look of pure contempt boring into his back. In that moment, a single, doubtful thought echoed in Kyeong's mind: this kid couldn't possibly be a real bodyguard. Upon his arrival, Ijin Yu was introduced to Kyeong, the lead bodyguard from the security brothers agency. Kyeong and his team openly sized up the newcomer, disrespectfully dismissing him as a runt. Ijin, however, ignored their blatant contempt, his sharp gaze sweeping over their detail as he internally concluded they were entirely unprofessional. As the other bodyguards began to mock him in hushed tones, speculating he was just some boy band trainee sent for media exposure, Ijin had already turned his back on them. He faced Cha's manager and began his security briefing, first confirming the filming schedule and the temporary nature of the green room before continuing his line of questioning, verifying that the stalking incidents had started 2 weeks ago with letters. Within the tense meeting, Cha explained to the security team that the stalking had been occurring for a while and was actively escalating, revealing that the individual knew her address and had been leaving strange letters. Her genuine concerns were swiftly dismissed by the lead bodyguard, Kyeong, who downplayed the situation as a common issue for celebrities and told Ijin's company not to worry. His focus then shifted, and with a condescending air, he directly questioned Ijin about his age. Before the young bodyguard could respond, however, Cha's manager intervened, quietly advising him not to reveal the number, warning that it would only cause the other guards to look down on him further. With a smug expression firmly in place, the lead bodyguard, Kyeong, approached and clapped a heavy hand onto Ijin's shoulder. Suggesting they step outside for a chat, he steered the young man away from the main set area. Once they were alone, Kyeong condescendingly confirmed Ijin's cover story as a security trainee from SW, a detail that caused Ijin to inwardly question the very information his own company had provided. Having established what he believed was his superiority, Kyeong ordered Ijin to just stand aside and watch, belittling the quiet trainee as an inexperienced runt and asserting that he alone had the situation under control. With clear contempt, Kyeong dismissed Ijin's training as useless for real-life situations and ordered him to stay out of the way for the remainder of his shift. Yet, Ijin calmly ignored the barrage of insults, his composure unshaken as he correctly identified not only Kyeong but also the security agency he worked for. Angered by this unflappable response, Kyeong aggressively told him not to change the subject, escalating the confrontation by threatening Ijin with physical harm if he failed to comply. As he finally turned to leave, Kyeong muttered one last insult, calling him an annoying little punk. After the man's departure, Ijin's face remained utterly impassive, revealing just how little the threats had affected him. Finding Ijin standing by himself, Cha drew near, admitting she had simply wanted to check on him. The young man looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as she offered a sincere apology for her other bodyguard's aggressive conduct. That man, she explained, had been sent by her agency and was admittedly a bit rough around the edges. As a tangible gesture of goodwill, she held out a canned drink, an offering he readily accepted. With the tension between them eased, her focus shifted, and she made a more personal observation, noting that he was, after all, still in school. As a film crew member called Cha away to the set, she departed, leaving Ijin utterly alone with the lead bodyguard, Kyeong. With their client gone, Kyeong seized the moment, menacingly placing a heavy hand on Ijin's shoulder in a clear move to assert his dominance. His grip then tightened, applying significant pressure in a blatant attempt to intimidate the new trainee. Yet, Ijin remained completely expressionless and unfazed, staring back coolly at the provocation without a flicker of emotion. From his office, Yu Yonggo, addressed as ma'am, wondered aloud if Ijin had arrived safely at his new job. His subordinate, Mr. Kong, confirmed that the young agent had gone straight to the studio. A faint worry touched Yonggo's features as he expressed his concern that Ijin was not yet fully recovered, hoping the assignment would be simple enough for his condition. Mr. Kong elaborated, explaining that the client, celebrity Cha, already had a personal bodyguard assigned by her agency, meaning Ijin's duties would be exceptionally light. This, Yu Yongo revealed, was a deliberate arrangement on his part, a mission designed for Ijin to take it easy while he recuperated, even jesting that the boy might complain about it being boring. Mr. Kong was quick to reassure him, however, stating that Ijin wasn't the type to get bored. Satisfied by the exchange, Yu Yongo leaned back, confidently concluding that for Ijin, the job would be nothing short of a cakewalk. The head bodyguard aggressively questioned Ijin Yu, demanding to know why he had been away from his post for such a long time. He condescendingly called the younger man a kid, accusing him of treating the serious assignment as if it were nothing more than a field trip. Unfazed, Ijin calmly responded that he had been professionally scanning the perimeter. The formal explanation was met with a contemptuous scoff, as his superior began to verbally challenge his very competence for the role. With genuine gratitude, Siaha Cha thanked Ijin for his work, her praise immediately echoed by her manager who clutched the discovered camera while arranging for the police. This very competence, however, fueled a silent and humiliating fury within the head bodyguard, causing his fist to clench tightly at his side. The manager then announced to the room that the police were arriving soon and would need everyone's cooperation for the investigation. In that moment, Siaha glanced back toward Ijin, her expression one of clear admiration as she sought to understand the quiet young man who had succeeded where all others had failed. With the grim discovery made, Siaha Cha's manager took the small spy camera from Ijin's hand, declaring he would hand it over to the police for a full analysis. He then turned to a visibly shaken Siaha Cha, attempting to reassure her by downplaying the violation as the likely work of a mere obsessive fan. As word of the hidden camera spread, however, the other staff members reacted with audible shock. The tense atmosphere thickened when the head bodyguard delivered his report. There was no security camera monitoring the entrance to the waiting room, a critical blind spot that made identifying the culprit from the available footage nearly impossible. Faced with the head bodyguard's furious questioning about the hidden camera, Ijin Yu remained utterly calm. He explained his deliberate choice to wait until after the photoshoot's conclusion, a decision made simply to avoid causing a disruption. With cool precision, he elaborated on his strategy, revealing that he had secured the room and monitored the studio, ensuring the culprit had not retrieved the device and was therefore still on the premises. Bypassing his confrontational superior, Ijin then concluded the exchange by handing the spy camera directly to Siaha Cha's manager, identifying him as the most appropriate person to take possession of the evidence. With the damning evidence now in hand, Siaha Cha's manager announced that his people, along with the police, would handle the investigation from there. The head bodyguard, however, immediately stepped forward to confront Ijin, his tone sharp as he admonished the young man for not reporting the spy camera to him first. Unfazed by the accusation, Ijin calmly refuted the man's complaint, simply reminding the security chief that he himself had previously given absolute assurances that the room was already secure. Fury contorted the head bodyguard's face as the realization struck him. Ijin had already known about the spy camera. "You dirty little punk," he seethed, questioning why the boy hadn't immediately brought the discovery to his superiors. His hand shot out, twisting the fabric of Ijin's collar in a threatening grip. Yet, the aggression was met with an unnerving calm as Ijin stated flatly, "You're not my superior." The simple declaration left the head bodyguard stunned and speechless, his anger instantly deflated by the quiet defiance. Ijin, for his part, maintained a cool, unbothered expression, demonstrating a complete lack of concern for the man's authority or his impotent rage. As the head bodyguard shot a resentful glare, likely in the direction of the one who had upstaged him, the true fallout of the discovery unfolded in a private conversation. Siaha Cha anxiously questioned her manager, wanting to know if they would find out who planted the device anytime soon. He tried to reassure her, mentioning that the forensic team was now handling the investigation, but his words offered little comfort. Frustration finally boiled over as Siaha revealed her deep-seated belief that the police were not taking the situation seriously, explaining how their dismissive attitude had made her feel like she was simply overreacting. In the quiet aftermath, Sia-Cha's manager offered her reassurances that an investigation would be conducted, urging her to rest. The head bodyguard extended an offer of a ride to the station for Ijin, but the young man politely refused the gesture. After the last of the other staff members had finally departed, Sia-Cha closed the distance between herself and Ijin, who had deliberately remained behind. Alone in the waiting room, Ijin Yu's focused eyes moved with silent intensity, methodically sweeping over every detail. This professional scrutiny did not go unnoticed. The head bodyguard observed him with a deep-seated suspicion that quickly soured into annoyance. With his arms crossed in a show of authority, the guard closed the distance, aggressively confronting the newcomer. He jabbed a finger toward Ijin, his voice sharp as he demanded to know what he was doing, a disturbance that immediately captured Sia-Cha's attention. Yet, Ijin remained perfectly calm, meeting the man's heated glare without flinching as he stated plainly that he was merely scanning the area, as was his duty. Attempting to dismiss her guard for the evening, Sia-Cha insisted that Ijin could go home, explaining she was merely making a short trip to the local convenience store. She probed the strict boundaries of his duty, questioning the rules that governed his protection. With unwavering stoicism, Ijin simply replied that she was free to do as she wished, but his job was to be there for her regardless. Once they arrived, her true purpose was revealed when she presented the food she had purchased. Sia then invited him to eat with her, explicitly stating that her choice to share a meal outside was a deliberate attempt to connect with the unshakable young man by her side. Seeking a moment of connection, Sia-Cha confided in Ijin, explaining that her walks around the neighborhood were a necessary escape from the stress of a celebrity life that had left her with no time for friends. Her curiosity then shifted to him, and she asked what he and his friends did for fun. Ijin's answer was disarmingly simple and direct: they sometimes went to the game room after school. The youthful response caught her off guard, and she could only repeat his words back to him as she processed the information. After a moment of quiet observation, she remarked that for the first time, she suddenly felt as if she were speaking to an actual teenager. A contemplative silence settled between them as Sia continued to gaze at Ijin, absorbing this unexpected glimpse into his world. Following the swift escalation, the head bodyguard found himself on the ground, clutching a throbbing arm in pain. Ijin Yu stood over his defeated superior, his posture calm and utterly dominant. Watching from the background, Sia-Cha's expression was one of pure shock as she witnessed his completely unexpected capabilities. Amid the glow of the monitors, Sia voiced her surprise at finding herself gaming with Ijin. He shared the sentiment, confessing that he rarely visited game rooms and typically only played at home. The brief moment was interrupted by a female gamer who complimented Sia, remarking that she was much nicer and more attractive in person than she had expected. The pleasantry was immediately shattered, however, when a male teammate bluntly declared that they both sucked. He went on to label their poor performance as trolling, complaining that the experience of playing with them had been completely exhausting. Amidst the camaraderie, one of the male gamers leaned in, jesting that Sia-Cha ought to keep her gaming a secret, lest her utter lack of skill bring a premature end to her career. The friendly jab was met instantly with a shared eruption of laughter from both Sia and a female friend beside her. Ijin's gaze settled upon Sia, observing her unguarded and genuinely joyful reaction. As he watched her take the teasing in stride, a simple, admiring thought surfaced in his mind: she was so cool. As Ijin and Sia-Cha walked together through the night after their time at the game room, she turned to him and expressed her sincere gratitude. Sia then admitted that this was the first time she had ever played games with other people in a public setting, confessing that she usually had to play by herself at home. Hearing this, Ijin offered a simple solution, suggesting that if it was difficult for her to be out in public, she could always invite her friends over to play at her house instead. With the weight of her position settling upon her, Sia-Cha confided in Ijin, explaining how her demanding career had left her feeling completely alone and without any real friends. Changing the subject from her own solitude, she asked why he was working as a bodyguard while still attending school. Ijin stated plainly that he wanted to earn money to buy his younger sister a birthday present. Surprised and touched by his wholesome motivation, Sia commented on their close sibling bond, mentioning that she was an only child. Noting the late hour, she then offered to give him a ride home, but Ijin professionally declined, insisting his duty was to escort her home first before he saw to his own transport. Just as Sia arrived at her door, an aggressive man suddenly grabbed her arm and began to verbally accost her. He continued his tirade, hissing threats that invoked her career and her parents, causing visible distress to bloom across her face. In that instant, Ijin stepped in. His hand closed around the man's wrist as he calmly commanded him to let Sia go. When the man dared to question him, Ijin simply applied pressure. A distinct crack echoed as the man was forced into submission, collapsing to his knees in agony. As the subordinate rushed forward with a flurry of apologies, a shocked Sia could only watch the violent, sudden conclusion. Just as the aggressive man's hand closed around Sia-cha's wrist, Ijin approached from behind. With silent and swift precision, Ijin's own hand shot out, clamping down on the man's wrist with an unyielding grip that forced him to release Sia. He then moved to position himself between them, shielding his client and leveling a calm but intimidating stare at the aggressor. Visibly shocked and beginning to sweat, the man was completely taken aback by the sudden, decisive action. The tense standoff was broken a moment later when the aggressor's subordinate, a man in a suit, stepped forward and offered a deep, apologetic bow, effectively ending the confrontation. With repeated assurances that she was fine, Sia-cha had just sent her guard home to rest. The moment of quiet solitude was shattered as a car pulled sharply to the curb and an aggressive man emerged. He strode toward her, his voice laced with anger as he questioned why she had not returned any of his calls. Unflinching, Sia met his fury with her own defiance, retorting why she should have to take a call from him at all. Confined within the car, Sia-cha defensively explained that their past dates had been purely for business, alluding to a previous conflict with the man. Her patience worn thin, she cut him off, stating with sharp finality that they had broken up months ago. She demanded that he stop contacting her and showing up unannounced. Deciding the conversation was over, Sia attempted to exit the vehicle to end the confrontation, but his hand shot out, grasping her arm. He physically prevented her from leaving, his voice low and aggressive as he questioned if he had given her permission to get out. An aggressive man confronted Sia-cha, his voice dripping with contempt as he mocked her fame and belittled her as a mere hot little starlet. The verbal assault escalated into a chilling threat, with the man warning Sia that he possessed the power to completely ruin her career and planned to expose damaging information about her parents. He reveled in her fearful reaction, taunting her submission while asserting his dominance and chastising her for ever defying him. Distressed and thoroughly intimidated, Sia simply looked down in silence. At that moment, Ijin stepped in from behind, placing a firm hand on the aggressor's shoulder to halt the harassment. The man turned, his face contorting with surprise and anger at the sudden, unexpected physical intervention. With the aggressor already subdued, Ijin announced that it was safe for Sia-cha to come out. He turned toward her, calmly asking if she was unharmed. A stunned and visibly shaken Sia emerged, staring at Ijin as she tried to process the sudden eruption of violence. Her silence was broken by the defeated man on the ground, who suddenly yelled in disbelief as the shocking truth finally dawned on him: Ijin was a bodyguard. In response to the outburst, Ijin simply looked down at the man, his expression a mask of cold, detached professionalism. As Ijin swiftly neutralized the threat, the aggressive man's subordinate could only offer a hurried apology. In the tense aftermath, a frightened Sia-cha rounded on her protector, angrily demanding to know if he truly understood the identity and influence of the man he had just accosted. Ijin met her fury with a stoic calm, replying simply that he was doing his job as her bodyguard. He then concluded the conversation with professional finality, stating that he would leave only once she was safely inside her home. Following his swift intervention, Ijin stood over the aggressive man, who was now incapacitated on the ground. His expression was utterly cold as he delivered a final, menacing warning, while a shocked Sia watched from just behind him. Helped to his feet by a subordinate, the man furiously pointed at Ijin, shouting a parting threat before retreating into his car and leaving.